Okay, as we're getting ready here now for the start of proceedings after the national anthem, this of course, is Ebony Sports Club up against Combined All-Stars Sports. And, of course, we have the toss to determine what is going to happen from the start of this game. Billy Furlong was with the captains.
Good day and welcome to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. We are here for the North Zone T20 Festival for 2025. I have two teams alongside me, along with the match referee for today's game, Mr. Andel Gay. I have Brent Lizama, and the home team for this game here is Kadeem Roberts with the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club, Brent Lizama for the Combined All-Stars team. And we're here for the toss, and Kadeem Roberts has the coin. Heads is the call. Numbers. So Ebony Sports and Cultural Club have won the toss. What have you decided to do?
We'll have a bowl first today.
A bowl first. Normally we see batsmen batting teams or teams that win the toss want to chase. Looking for that set total to chase it down. It's your final game in the group. And how has it been so far for this year's North Zone tournament?
It has been enjoyable. It has been fun to participate in it this year because it's our first year participating in it. So we have our challenges and hopefully that we will rectify it for next season, please God.
Okay, so go well and have a good game. Okay, take care. If I could invite Mr. Lizama, what would you have done if you won the toss and there are no guesses there?
Well, actually, I would have done the same thing. We're looking at the run rate, even from Santa Cruz and all the other teams in our group. They have some high run rates. I mean, we're under the belt. We had a rain-interrupted game. So we're looking to charge here in this game. The run rate is very important to us moving forward.
Yeah, and you have a game in hand, and it's basically must win from here.
Yes, it is. As I said, the rain-interrupted game, that threw us off a little bit, but all is well. You can't go against God's work, right? So we're just going to have to give it our best in this game.
Okay, so go well and have a good game.
Thank you very much.
So that's the news here from the toss. The Ebony Sports and Cultural Club, they have won the toss and opted to bowl first. We'll take it back upstairs now to Russ.
So there you have it, folks. The news is, of course, Ebony Sports. They've won the toss, and as has been the tradition, they've decided that they will bowl first in this encounter. So we will see the batting talents of the Combined All-Stars selection as they look to close off their campaign for 2025. Probably not the kind of results that they would have been hoping for, but it's a work in progress. That's probably the best way to describe there. And it's a similar thing with the Ebony Sports Club, a club that once had good standing in the zone, in the North Zone, but that has changed over the years. And this is kind of like the rebuild of the Ebony Sports Club. But once again, I'm Raskin Mark, working along with Billy Furlong. And Billy, it's going to be interesting to see. I thought they were going to change it up, Ebony, if they had won the toss, because their last outing, they did the same thing, and they never really fired with the bat. They just couldn't get any runs. They were going right after 188, they got to 102, but they only lost 2 wickets. But they just couldn't get the ball away, and so I was hoping that they would have probably tried to see if they could post a big total today. And then, see if they could defend it. Because it's at this stage, it's really, you're trying to experiment a little bit and see if you could get a win.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there, Ruskin. It was a real struggle for them in the last game. And as you mentioned, the opening partnership between Devon David and Elton Davis at the top of the order. And they couldn't quite get going in the power play. The first wicket fell with the score on 14. It was 4.3 overs. So the youngster is at the top of the order. Christian Lal in the team.
Kadeem Roberts is going to bowl. And we've seen some deliveries. He wants a single that his partner doesn't seem too interested in.
Yeah, he was eagerly looking forward to young Christian Lal, the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 player, playing in this North Zone tournament. And we're going to see a lot of antics from him, a lot of fireworks at the top of the order if he gets off.
Well, it's a good opportunity for him. And I think he just needs to take it as it comes. Don't try to force the issue. They'll get off the mark here with a wide.
Yeah, he was disappointed. He was selected in the last game, and it was a rain-out game against Bartari, I believe it was. So he didn't get an opportunity to play. He was left out from the first game. He only allowed one youth player and one guest player. So Toppin, Abdul Rahim Toppin was the youth player.
This time, more better contact.
And Toppin is in the lineup again for combined all-stars, but he's listed as a guest player today. So one guest player and one youth player in the lineup.
And they're appealing for a catch at the wicket, and the umpire is out. Yes, he's given him out. And Lal driving at one. He was really pushing at it, and probably no turn because it just seemed to hold its own. And with just a one run on the board, there's also one wicket to go along with it. It's 1 for 1.
Yeah, I think umpire Mohammed Jaipal was just waiting to see if young Lal would walk. There was definitely a sound. We heard it on the stump mic, but we'll have a replay of it to see exactly how much of an edge it was. And they were very confident indeed. And the captain, Kadeem Roberts, picks up a wicket in his first over. And it's a big wicket, I think.
Yeah, it is, because if anybody can probably deny them early on, would have been this young man who, no doubt, probably is very disappointed. Even if he didn't play it, it was really a question of, just pick up the line. Don't try to force the issue. Just play on merit. And but again, he would learn that as he goes along.
Yeah, the youth player, he likes to get going from ball one, trying to maximize the power play in the T20 format. And unfortunately, he's gone early, and he was brought into the team at the expense of NL Ryan, who is incidentally the Trinidad and Tobago under-19 coach. So Ryan, not at the top of the order, Lal preferred, and he's gone without scoring.
Yeah, and again, it's about giving the youngsters the opportunities, allow them to, to kind of get their feet wet at all levels, and then you hope that at the end of the day, it really benefits Trinidad and Tobago. And a nice generous flight, and immediately Lezama is off the mark.
Yeah, Captain Lezama, the toss. They have this game and one game in hand, and really two must win. We'll have a look at the replay here of this edge. Held its line from Roberts. And Ruskin, I don't know if you could make out a little deflection there. I'm not sure how good your eyes are, but was it there?
But the thing is, you could see he was playing for the turn. He was hoping it would turn in, and it just held its line and went all the way through to be taken by the keeper. So disappointment for the young man, but like I said, it's all part of the learning curve. And if you play cricket long enough, you will have days like those. And there is what I think he needed to do, which is to just pick up the line and play the line initially. If it turns, well, then it will probably go into the pad and maybe head down leg. And struck powerfully. Good stop. And I think he's down for the count, but initially, and he's going to take a moment just to redeem himself. Kadeem Roberts ends with a wicket first up, but at the end of the first over, it's 2 for 1.
Well, he's taking a little extra time here to get up. The captain, Kadeem Roberts, he's still down on the ground, gingerly makes his way to his feet. Just not sure. Was he struck on the ankle trying to stop it, or was he just in the way?
He got struck on the ankle. The foot was there, and he couldn't move it to get it out of the way, and now he's badly hobbled. And that's going to be a big blow for this team, because not only do you lose a bowler, but you lose your captain as well.
Yeah, that's the new man in the lineup as well. Ray Campbell smashing it back to the combined All-Stars opening batsman, smashed it back to the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club captain. He's still limping. And is he in fact going off the field?
Yeah, he's under he has a real discomfort there, because that was a full-blooded drive that that he took on the ankle, and so you could see him badly hobbled right now, trying to get himself back in order.
Yeah, he's exiting the field and he's limping badly. It was a full-blooded blow to the ankle, as you mentioned, Ruskin, the captain as well. Not just the captain, but he's opening the bowling, which means if he's not going to come back on, they're going to have to find 3 overs from somewhere else. It's going to be a complete overhaul of their plans.
Yeah, but this is only the first over, and you could see him there. He's in some real problem. They better get some ice on that quickly, and maybe even have it examined eventually. And he's going to have that sting for quite some time, because that was, like I said, a full-blooded drive from a fairly big, powerful man. And so we'll see what happens there now. Brent Lezama is there, and
top in, is it? Yeah, Trinidad to be a youth player.
actually Dominic Redhead is the new bowler.
So Toppin marking out his run from both ends, and that's because he bowled his opening 2 overs, and then we come from the other end if he is to bowl the death overs. But Redhead has bowled well in the tournament.
The challenge now. The challenge now is, of course, where they have to get those overs from if they don't have their captain the rest of the way. And starts with a wide, first up.
And the man replacing the captain on the field is Devon David, who opened the batting in their last game and was a bit slow in the power play, scored 17 out of 36. He did indicate that he would have been left out of the lineup. Ebony making some changes. And the man Cleveland Frederick as well is not in the lineup, the other opening batter who dropped 1 down the order to facilitate David in the lineup.
And chasing a wide delivery there. Luckily, didn't get a touch, but he also didn't get the call from the umpire.
Interesting call as well. 2 umpires out in the middle, Clive Gaskin and Mohammed Jaipal, who's at square leg. Had to make the adjudication, Jaipal, for the dismissal of Christian Lal for no score in the first over with just a 1 extra. And they were 1 for 1.
Again, just concentrating on that outside the off-stump line.
So it's a must-win game here for Captain Brent Lezama, and he will be eager to get a good score on the board, having to bat first. Having lost the toss, their last game will be against the Barataria ball players. I believe that game is on Wednesday?
Probably Wednesday. The ball players, are they the ones who defeated Harvard's, is it, yesterday? So they'll be hoping to keep the winning run. Here's another delivery that is outside the off-stump. I like the line he has assumed since after the wide delivery first up. He's been very consistent, making life very difficult for the batsmen. They're going to have to come out the off-stump to try to catch up with him. And so far, Lezama has just been a fraction late. This time, he's making contact, and good contact as well for a boundary.
Yeah, I think he rode his luck there, Dominic Redhead, outside the off-stump. This one was a fractionally fuller and closer to Lezama, who was not shy of going in the air. First boundary of the innings.
Yeah, he really threw the bat at it. He just saw it pitched up, and he said, I'm going with this one, and got 4 runs for it.
Interesting for the combine also. There's no NL Ryan in the lineup. He opened the batting earlier on with Frank Simmons, who's also not at the top of the order, so it's a change opening pair.
And again, but this one goes high in the air. He's coming around, but it's going to drop, and you can't prevent them from getting the second run. And the return was a strange one. It was way off target, nowhere near the wicketkeeper, And that's the substitute who has come on there, Devon David.
I asked him if he had any memorabilia from his encounter with Brian Lara. He just showed me his sleeve. He has a signature of Brian Lara on his sleeve. He was just looking to enjoy the final game, not being in the 11, but he's out there on the field.
And he's had some work to do here again. And that's much better because his aim is a little bit better. So maybe he just needed to get one throw out of the way and get that done. End of 2 overs, and after 2, it's 10 for 1.
Blue Water's posse identified! Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water, working posse water, school children they water. Blue water spray. If it is posse water, the office posse water.
So great conditions for a cricket game. As you can see, some blue skies in the background. A few white clouds, but they are really just providing a little bit of shade every so often. And but excellent conditions here for a game of cricket.
Blue skies across in the distance over the head of Blue Basin.
But no gentle breeze. It's sticky out there.
We have a lot of blue waters, Ruskin.
It is sticky out there, man. Phew. But the players, I'm supposed, the adrenaline is pumping, so they won't feel it so much. But here's Jonathan Lucario. That's a good shot. Picked it up nicely and placed it well. Doesn't get a boundary, but probably deserved more than the single.
Elazama looking to serve in a dual capacity for his team here. Coming in 1 down, and he's made his way out in the first over with the loss of that early wicket of Lala. Now he has the responsibility of batting as captain as well in the team.
And wide delivery once again. And Lucario, look at Lucario, he's running back to his mark. He's so keen. Now, if Roberts wasn't injured, he probably would not be bowling at this juncture, bowling the 3rd over. And that's well played again. Once the fielders, even though they're in the circle, once they have to move either to the right or to the left, you always have a chance of a single.
Yeah, absolutely. A man sweeping at backward point on the boundary, and there's a fine leg as well for Jonathan Lucario. And he's a man I'd like to have in my team, Jonathan Lucario. He's very energetic. He bats 1 down or at number 4 and eager to take the ball as well.
Yeah, and he feels like this could be an out. If somebody's going to have to get there, nobody can. Well. It just seemed as if neither one was absolutely flying to get there. It really needed somebody to take responsibility for that. And in the end, neither the mid-off nor the mid-on could get under it.
Ruskin, it's that man. We'll have to call him our friend for the day, Devon David. The ball is just tracking him in the outfield. He wasn't supposed to be out there. He's out there now, and the ball is following him around.
That's another good delivery from Lucario. Yeah, the ball was in the air for so long. You would think from his position at mid-on, just at the edge of the circle, he had to cover, I would say, about 5 to 6 meters, but he had to do it quickly. And he just failed. The ball dropped right in front of him and just died. So it's so high up it went. And that one is going to go close to the boundary, and it does. A little bit of football there, but the lack of skill coming from Foster, skill with the leg, that is, betrayed him on that occasion. And that one went right through the arms of Coburn behind the stumps.
And he's standing up to the stumps as well, 4 wides down the legs. A difficult take for any keeper up to the stumps, and he's not very slow at all, is Lucario. He's bowling with a good bit of pace. So it's very interesting that Dwayne Cockburn is up at the stumps.
Well, if he's going to stand up, that's also nicely played. And even though it's a good bit of fielding, it couldn't prevent the single. But I was just saying, if he's going to stay behind the stumps, or stand up to the stump as we call it, then one, he's going to he has a helmet, and two, he probably needs to have some kind of chest protection, because a lot of times when the ball jumps, even if it hits the bat, that's a great shot. That could run close to the boundary. In fact, it's going to go into the boundary now at that deep cover position. And too much width on offer there, and Lazama quick to pounce.
He's a man with a mission here, Lazama. He's going to capitalize on anything that is pitched up to him, as well as anything that is short, maximizing with a boundary here. It's a double rule here for him. Coming in at one down, coming in early, the loss of the wicket, and the responsibility of captaincy on his shoulders as well. He'll certainly want to produce a good score here, particularly in the power play.
So 24 for 1 after 3 now. And a good start when you consider. But no doubt we'll be hoping to build on it. Maybe try to double this score, if not get a few more in the next 3 overs, and put themselves on a solid foundation.
The redhead back into the attack. The man who was kept busy in that over at extra cover, diving away, and wondered when past him for 4. Now with the ball in hand, they won the toss, Ebony Sports and Cultural Club, so he would certainly want to make or get another wicket for his captain and his team.
And again, that line, it's a pretty good line. And, but you could just see Campbell and I suppose, and even more so, Lazama inching towards the off stump a little bit more now.
Yeah, he's certainly shuffling across the crease, looking to change up the line and present himself perhaps with a half volley so he could put it through the covers.
And that's a full toss, and he's out. Hit it straight down at the man at mid-off, and he takes it gleefully. And that is the end there of Akil Bab taking the catch. And what a way to go, a full toss that you probably bet your house he would put that away. Well, he put it away, but he put it straight into the hands of Bab.
Yeah, disappointing dismissal there. You know, you want those kind of deliveries when you're at the top of the order in a power play. A delivery, a full toss outside the off stump. It was a good height as well, but he hit it straight. Had he tried to open the face a bit, could have gotten it over extra cover. Who is close in the field? There's a sweeper on the boundary, so perhaps he was thinking that he could have gone over mid-off, but only put it in the hands of Akil there at mid-off. And another wicket falls here, so a good breakthrough for Ebony Sports and Cultural Club, winning the toss and opting to bowl first. And here comes the veteran. He opened a couple games ago, Frank Simmons. He just tips his hat proverbially as his name is announced across the airways. 24 for 2.
Yeah, but it's a critical breakthrough. Probably was, well, I don't think he expected to get a wicket with that ball, but you will take it as a bowler, because there are times you would bowl an almost unplayable delivery and get nothing for it. So it balances out itself quite nicely. Think back to the days when you didn't have VAR and all those other tools that would assist umpires. How many times do you think you would have gotten a batsman out and the umpire said not out and you had no referral?
Well, it works both ways as well, Ruskin. You know,
True.
you think you have a wicket and it's not out.
Yep. But no, but the thing is, the only time, if I edge the ball, I would walk. But if it's an LBW decision, well, I can't determine if I was out LBW or not.
Correct.
Because, you know, I just don't know. That's up to the umpire. But if you edge the ball, well, then fine, you walk. And I anticipate that most cricketers would walk if they were to edge the ball. It doesn't really matter the state of the game. It doesn't matter the level at which you play. I just think it's the right thing to do when you're out there, because everybody is you have a certain how should I say it? A certain amount of trust that you place in your fellow cricketers, and you trust that they will do that. But here's Simmons, and that's a good shot initially, but can't get a run. Would be disappointed he didn't put that away. And I see, and you know, with sport, I see that whole trust factor comes in. You ever seen tennis where they let the players score and kind of judge line calls and what have you? You have no way, because if you serve or you hit a shot from one end, it's very difficult for you to determine, you know, what has happened at the other, at the baseline on the other side. That's right up, nicely bowled again. Probably a little too close to the leg stump on that occasion.
Tennis, Ruskin, is a game played with love. It's 15 love, 30 love.
And we hope they love you at the end of the day. But I've always said that you have to trust your opponent there. Just to know that if they say it went out, that it went out, that it really did, you know, go out. And you live with it. And it's the same thing with umpiring. If the umpire says not out, you basically rely on the umpire. But now that we have the use of the technology, captains can, I don't want to say question the decisions, but what they can do is to have the decision verified as, you know, true or not. And that to me is probably the proper wording. It's not like you want to second guess the umpire. And that's well played again. A favorite shot of his. He likes to just lay back on that back foot and free his arms. And picks up another single to end the over. 4 completed. It's 26 for 2.
Yeah, and I think Lazama would welcome the fact that Simmons is with him at the crease. He's very, very aggressive, Frank Simmons, and he's coming in at 1 down. We saw his first delivery, hammered down to mid-on as he was advancing down the track. So there's a key partnership here between this pair. They would both want to be as aggressive as possible.
Yeah, it is a situation here where they can do very well and not have to worry. They're under no real pressure. Just back and play and enjoy what you're doing.
Back live here. Pulled away. He's gone all the way into the dugout for 6. Lucario short, dug it in short, Ruskin. Smacked away the first 6 of the innings.
Yeah, it's the first KFC maximum of the innings as well. There's a youngster there who was probably minding his own business and only to see a missile come sailing towards him.
Good bounce there on that delivery, but it wasn't fast enough. There's the young man in question there.
Good catch off the wall.
It's not 1 bounce, unfortunately. He would have taken it as a dismissal, the youngster.
Once you catch it, you claim it. And again, very well played by Lazama. He looks in good nick. His feet are moving. And I'm sure he would love to spend a little time out there.
Yeah, Lucario looking a little expensive now. He's been put away for a couple boundaries. Brought into the attack with the injury to the captain, Kadeem Roberts, who opened the bowling. Picked up a wicket in his first over. But if he doesn't come back, it's going to be 3 big overs lost from the captain. And not just the overs, Ruskin. He's the captain. Yep. He sets the field, has the strategy.
And I suppose what is weighing on his mind, while you want to be out there with your troops, I think he's weighing on his mind the state of play in terms of where the team is right now, and if it's worth it for him to risk it. You know, you might as well just allow somebody. I don't know if they'd allow him a substitute, and that's part of the whole injury replacement theory. And that's hit in the air, but that's 2. That 2 is gone for a KFC maximum.
Simmons picking that one up. Anything pitched up to Simmons, he's going to have a go. And have a look at this shot there. It's in his arc, and it's on the stumps. Anything on the stumps, he's going to swing, full arc, and dispatched over mid-wicket for 6.
Yeah, he picked it up nicely, had good contact, made good contact with it. Probably not the cleanest contact, but he hit it sufficiently in the middle of the bat and dropped it out to the ground quite comfortably. And again, only this time he takes the ground route and smashes it again through that mid-wicket region for back-to-back boundaries, 106, 104.
Yeah, this is where the impact of the captain is going to be missing here, because Locario 1 is into the attack for the captain. However, you're going to have some field changes here, because Simmons is very strong on the onside and the fielder's out in the deep square of the wicket on the boundary and long off. So if Simmons, you're going to bowl anything close to him, you want to put a man either deep mid-wicket or long on to protect that boundary on the onside. So far, 3 boundaries in the over.
Yeah, another full toss. This time he put it away and looking for more, and he's going to get more. Another boundary down to long on.
Yeah, you're going to have a field change here, and you need to be proactive, whoever the vice captain is. We don't have no confirmation who's the vice captain out there, but either you want to have the long on in place, bring that sweeper off the boundary, or put a deep mid-wicket in place to counter the hitting of Frank Simmons. Even a bit of a miscue there, but it's smacked down the ground and raced away for 4.
Yeah, I think Charles might be the stand-in captain for the moment at least. And what you don't want is for 3 and 4 players to be directing traffic.
Exactly so, because Babs it is who is directing traffic now. And yeah, 2 fielders in from the offside.
This time he goes hard again and consider himself missing out there. Bab, as you called him, is, and he's just moved from one side of the umpire to the next, and the ball came straight at him. 47 for 2 at the end of over number 5.
No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
But back here, it's 47 for 2 after 5. Simmons is looking in the mood. He's on 15. Brent Lazama is on 22. And the men out, Lal without scoring, and Campbell for 2. And as we were talking, Roberts, the captain, has just hobbled back onto the field. And given what has transpired with Locario bowling those 2 overs, fairly costly.
Yeah, and changes to the field after the horse has bolted. A very expensive over coming to an end from Locario. Last over power play now from Dominic Redhead.
That 2 is well played. That 2 could run away. It's going down the hill. They're not going to catch that. And really the runs are flowing now.
Yeah, and Brent Lazama will be quite happy, not just with his personal effort here this afternoon, but the fact that after the loss of an early wicket, but he has to say he's been given a couple loose deliveries as well. And with Simmons' despair out there in the middle, this partnership is certainly building and closer to what he would have wanted at the end of a power play, the score.
Another full toss that he was served up, and he's taken full advantage of it. They have to be careful here. This could get away from them rather quickly. And again, good cricket. You're trying to score off every ball. And what Ebony has to be mindful of here is the fact of their own limitations with the bat. And so it's a kind of balancing act. While you want to take wickets, you probably also want to keep down the runs as much as possible so that you don't have to chase a mammoth total. So it's a kind of dual role you're playing here. While you want wickets, but you don't want to be over aggressive, and you're trying to plug gaps as much as possible. So they're trying to work out. There's a long off and a man at point. Those are the 2 men out. Down the wicket he comes, and he's going to get it into the gap. I don't think he's going to get to the boundary. In fact, it slows up quite significantly. Charles is able to track it down, and they just get a single.
A good effort here from Simmons coming in the fall of the second wicket. And he's looking to add even more impetus to the innings as they try to push to a score of 60 or more. Changing the field here. Fine leg is dropping back on the boundary for Lazama on strike.
Yes, it's 53, so they've already gotten close to that 60 run average. A couple big hits and they'll be right there. That will help. They might actually squeeze a second run, but they don't. They just jog it. And so maybe that's Lazama, how should I say, appreciating Frank Simmons' status.
Yeah, spot on, Ruskin. Recognizing the man with the striking ability, even though Lazama can't put the ball away as well. But he's trusting his senior batting partner in terms of age, maturity, I should say, not age, trusting him to do the business, just giving him the strike for the last few balls of the power play.
Be interesting to see if the captain comes back on and how Lazama is going to approach it. Thought for a moment there of a single, but Simmons recognized the risk and opted not to go for it. So it would be interesting because the nice loop that we saw Roberts giving the ball early, I'm thinking if he loops to Simmons, something's got to give.
It might become a projectile in the over the boundary.
And he's going again, and he's gone well, but what a bounce that is. He almost ran past it, and then trying to cover it to his right, he did very well, and then he had to reach back because the ball almost spun on him and went back. The end of the over, 27 to Lazama, 17 to Simmons. It's 55 for 2 after 6, the end of the power play.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversation. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for you.
But back here, as you can see, the power play has just ended. 55 on the board. And Billy, I would think that's a decent power play effort with the bat.
Yeah, he lost the toss, and Lazama indicated that he would have also bowled first, but now forced into batting, and then he would have thought losing the early wicket, that of Christian Lal coming into the team, and a very aggressive batsman, Lazama realizing he now have to take over, or take the mantle of the striking that he would have expected from Lal, and he's done it quite well, and the second wicket falling, and a good partner in that of Frank Simmons, not allowing his team, the combined all-stars, so losing impetus, batting first and in the power play.
In fact, since he has arrived, the tempo has picked up significantly. And now Roberts is back on the field and is well enough to bowl. You could see him probably just gingerly placing that foot. It's going to be interesting to see how he does. And he almost got under the bat because Simmons was going with him first ball. And I was thinking in my mind, how would Frank Simmons react to these deliveries?
Well, you said it. You weren't just thinking it in your mind, Ruskin. You said it in the last over. If Roberts were bowling and Simmons on strike, well, you're getting your wish here.
I know he's going to go after him. He's not going to hold back here. If he connects, well. And Lazama is doing the smart thing too. He's giving him strike and allowing the big fella to feast.
A very smart batting from Lazama. He got a few gifts early on and put them away for boundaries. But once Simmons came to the crease, Lazama didn't have all the pressure on his shoulders to do the bulk of the scoring, to hit the balls to the boundary in the power play. And Simmons has obliged, and he's doing it quite well.
long off in place as is long on, mid wicket and square leg. And but there's nobody down at fine leg. And you get one. I don't think it's going to get to the boundary. It's rolling, and it dies. So they will jog the second run.
Yeah, I don't think Simmons was ever going to sprint to look for a third. He was down on his haunches and not exactly where we thought he'd be trying to hit it, but you can clearly see Roberts is not going to give him any flighted deliveries onside the, or too far outside the off stump or close to his stumps. He's trying to bowl into his pads, so trying to tuck him up a little bit. So good strategy here from the captain, Roberts.
Yeah, you're just trying to make the old fella work. Let's see if Roberts could maintain that line of attack and survive. And he's gone with him. There is a long on in place. Hit it hard, hit it along the ground. And but he hit it straight along on, which is not bad. At least he too is rotating the strike. So they're trying to score off every ball.
If it's not there, he's still looking to try and get a rotation of strike. So good cricket here.
And this one is hit in the air. There's a man there. Can he get it? No. Lucario was looking up at it for a moment. He looked like he was in business. And then that business closed rather quickly as it sailed over his head for another KFC maximum.
It's after lunch on a Sunday, Ruskin. So a bit of a food, eat and drink there with that full toss on offer. And dispatched over mid-wicket for a boundary. And I didn't want to say it too early because it was a good over up until that delivery.
Yeah, you can't. These two batsmen are too good in terms of their ability to hit the ball, to give them that. That one is another gift, and that too is another KFC maximum. So it's a no ball as well, and it's a 6. So this could be a very expensive delivery, because already you get a no ball and a 6, and now they have a free hit to come.
Talking about rubbing salt into the wound, Ruskin, he hobbled back onto the field, Roberts. Disappointed he couldn't bowl in the power play, and he was probably thinking as well that, he could have kept it tight in the power play. And when you do have that type of an injury, your approach to the stumps are not going to be the same because it's in your mind. You're not going to get the full flex or rhythm in your run-up, and it just might be affecting him here as the over has gone on.
Plus, he's probably still in some pain, some discomfort. And they will get a single here. I'm not sure if Simmons wanted to run, but he must almost cajoled into doing so. The ball went all the way down to deep square leg. And so he didn't have a choice but to take the single. The end of the over, 7 completed. It's 74 for 2 now.
And all of a sudden, we've gone from what it was 53 in the power play, and 1 over later, the score into the 70s. And perhaps Kadeem Roberts might be thinking, no, we should have stayed off the field for 1 over longer.
He should have nursed the injury before coming up. And that's the other thing too. It's probably because he's thinking now not just about the bowling, but he's also thinking about where his foot is, where he's planting that foot, and if everything is okay with him. But we'll see what happens. Trace Serrett is going to come into the attack now.
He's not a bad bowler either, is Serrett. And again, the wicket keeper, Cockburn, is up to the stumps. He tries to bowl a little bit wide outside the off-stump, Trace Serrett, and he has protection. There's no third man. Yeah, he's going to put an extra man in the offside on the boundary. Lucario is retreating from cover to deep cover, so he's going to be a sweeper at point, a deep cover, long off, long on, and deep mid-wicket.
And again, punched away nicely. But there's a sweep. There is somebody out in the deep there. So actually, he was just put there. And Lucario again is busy. He's a wonderful fieldsman.
Yeah, he's going to be very necessary out there as well because Serra tends to bowl wide out. He likes to hold that wide outside the off-stump line. Not quite on a full length for driving, but he's going to have to be careful because there's no third man in place. And he doesn't want to be too wide. And where Lezama or Simmons could just dab it down past the wicket keeper.
So now they've asked him, he's decided he's going to put on the helmet, Frank Simmons. He seemed to be doing quite well without the helmet, but I suppose better sense prevails here, and he's decided, look, let me not take any risk and get the helmet. That might give him more armor to just go after the bowling. And stifled appeal, trying to turn it.
I think he's lucky to get away with that one there, sir, because if the strategy for Simmons is going to be to tuck him up into the pads, as we saw with the attempt from Roberts in the last over, but there's one man at deep mid-wicket, there's a short fine leg, and forward of square on the onside. You might want to stay off of the pads of Simmons.
Yeah, that might be good advice. And quickly they go for a quick single. He should be out. In fact, he actually could be out, run out. I don't know if the umpire is going to give it. But Frank, he never grounded the bat. He had the bat in the air, and it's a no ball. That's what it is. So it's a no ball, and it's a free hit as well. But he could have been run out. Well,
it's all happening out there in the middle. A no ball delivered from Surratt. Simmons seemed reluctant to come for a quick single. Lezama was interested, and the shy was at the non-strikers then, and a good throw as well, a direct hit. And it seemed he just touched the bat down in time.
And again, a almighty swing there. Just a one. And they decide that one is enough. And that was a free hit. So he was really going for broke there, Lezama. Probably tried to hit it too hard.
Your eyes light up, especially if it's a Yorker that you think it's a full toss. And you have an almighty heave. Just a one run off the free hit.
And that's kind of like right in his wagon wheel there. Luckily, the bat is probably just spinning in his hands. He might be getting a little bit tired here now, Frank Simmons. He's expending a lot of energy in some of these big hits.
And it's also very hot out there.
Yep.
We have our blue waters here in the com box. And the combined all-stars flying high at the moment.
And that's better. Well timed again from Lezama. But they're happy with one. You'd have to be careful though, because when you underarm the ball like that, batsmen tend to want to run on the throw-in, which is not really there it is. You see the bat just I suppose the umpire doesn't have the benefit of the replay, but that was very, very close indeed, and I'm almost certain that the bat was a little bit late in getting down there.
Well, Foster in the foreground was convinced of it, and he's all the way at deep cover.
Why wouldn't he? And as a fielder, when something like that happens, you're very anxious to claim a wicket. And a leg by is signaled to end the over. 8 completed. It's 81 now for 2.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up on? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
So we're looking at here an 81 for 2 now, 8 overs, so they're going at 10 and over, which is excellent. And tack on a couple more to that, and certainly he means business there, and really I would think Roberts has to rethink strategy here, because Simmons is just going to tee off.
Well, he does have other options to bowl. There is Charles is in the lineup. He can bowl as well, because right now it's all but running away.
Yeah, Simmons goes on to 25 from 17, and really looking to build here. And again, on the offside this time. So they just have to be careful here with their field placing and certainly with their bowling. You can't bowl full tosses. The amount that we've seen already in this innings, expect to get away with it all the time. And 2 straight in terms of to the fielder, and Simmons not at all interested.
Yeah, a couple of big overs, Ruskin. The 5th over went for 21 runs, and the 4th and the 3rd over for 14.
And you could tack on some more here for this one. That's another boundary, nicely pulled away.
Roberts just soiling his figures. In the last over he bowled, and now with this over, and he might have been a little bit panicky when he came off the field, wanted to get back on quickly, but not producing the kind of bowling that he would want for his team. And himself as captain, he's putting pressure on the team with some loose deliveries. That one was short.
Yeah, he was asking to be hit. And again, only this time he can't pierce the gap. And that's one of the things that he's been good at so far, Lozama, placing the ball into the open spaces. So even if he doesn't get a boundary, it's so well placed, he can probably get a single. So tightening up significantly there at the end, Kadeem Roberts. 1 for 28 from his 3. It's 90 for 2 now after 9.
And this is turning out to be an excellent recovery from Lezama and Simmons after the loss of Lal for no score and Ray Campbell for 2. And 14 extras in this total, and Lezama approaches a half century. And look at those economy rates, Ruskin. Apart from Redhead, it's been tough going.
Sarah to a lesser extent.
He's just begun. And a couple good deliveries outside the off stump from him.
Yeah, this is an interesting period for them. The good thing is that they will get a break at the end of this over. So they'll get an opportunity to kind of regroup and assess where they are and how they want to approach the next 10 overs.
Yeah. One of the strategies you see when batsmen are so well set on hitting boundaries is you want to change up your bowling regularly. At times just 1 over per person, so the batsmen are not too familiar. They'll have to rethink every time a new bowler comes into the attack. Just the 4 bowlers used in fact 5. Is it going to be Charles? Yeah, Charles is going to be the 5th bowler to be introduced now. And I thought he could have come back or come on to bowl that 7th over instead of Roberts.
And this one is hit hard, but into the gap. They would shout of catch it. But another boundary to Simmons.
A different bowler, same result. Another good start here. He's pitching it up, and it's right in the hitting zone. A length delivery from Charles, and that's just meat and drink for Simmons on a Sunday afternoon.
Well, I'm not sure if he had his Callaloo and whatever else already. He might have left it home, you think, until he gets back.
Mine is in the car.
And he's gone again, and that too is in the air. He could take the catch. Oh, no, he won't. In fact, he took it, stepped over. Did he touch the rope? He threw it back, and they only take on 1 run because Frank Gitman was standing there debating whether or not it had gone, and it went for 6. So I thought he stepped over the rope on taking the catch. Now he's going back, and then he stepped on the rope right there. So once he took that catch, it was a moot case. And look at him, the foot planted firmly outside the boundary. 6 runs. And that's another sweet drive.
These 2 batsmen have certainly negated a power play, because it seems as though even after the power play, they're continuing to strike boundaries. But you have to say that effort there from Babs. He's almost ready for the CPL, Ruskin.
Yeah, well, speaking of CPR, tonight is the night.
Well, he has on a TKR hat.
Yep.
Does Mavs.
Tonight is the night, and there's no tomorrow, as they say. Try and get it done. And there's an appeal for a catch at the wicket down the leg side, and if he didn't get a touch, then it should be a wide.
Cockburn is asking, did he get a touch?
Yeah, if he didn't get a touch, then you probably...
Well, there was some bat and then it hit the turf afterwards? Might have been bat into the turf or perhaps pad, then the turf, then through to the keeper?
That's the thing. I'm not sure if it hit the pad. If the umpire, in the umpire's mind, it might have struck the pad on the ritual and not the bat. Hence the turning down of the appeal.
Yeah, too many questions.
Yep. And that's another full delivery. How many of these have we seen? And in this innings so far, the number of full tosses. So that's the 100 on the board, and that's the 50 also to Brent Lezama.
Yeah, and he celebrates there, just empowering himself in that innings, Lezama, with the loss of Christian Al early on, and then Campbell. And he's powered his way to 50 off of 30 deliveries, the captain for the combined All-Stars. And an excellent knock and a brilliant partnership between these two out in the middle. Represents an excellent recovery to the innings after having been inserted and losing 2 wickets early.
Let's see if they could keep the momentum going. And I think he can. That's gone. Another KFC maximum. And did this one going the road this time?
Yeah, he's just put an exclamation mark on the innings and on his innings as well, celebrating his half century over long on. It's into the road. It's disturbing somebody across the road for their Sunday lunch. But it's almost meat and drink out there in the first 10 overs for the combined All-Stars, Ruskin.
Yeah, it's 109 for 2 at the end of 10. So the players will get a refreshment break, and hopefully by that time they will have retrieved the ball, and they'll be able to resume after that in a short while. So we'll come back as these two have really taken the innings by the scruff of the neck, so to speak, and I think they've added, 85 now so far, and at the end of 10 overs, it's 109 for 2.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that GMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the clients. The client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water
Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Welcome back here to live action. This game battle going on here between the Combined All-Stars and the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. Combined All-Stars being inserted into bat by Kadeem Roberts from the Ebony Sports Club, and they have asserted their dominance in the innings. 109 for 2 after 10, and Ruskin Mark a very good 10 overs for the Combined All-Stars.
Oh yeah, this is excellent. And you know, at this stage you're thinking, can we double this score now? And see if you have 109 and you double that, you know what that means? You're in well over 200, probably getting 220 by the time the innings folds. But Ebony would probably need some wickets to stop that run flow, and that is critical at this stage because these two look in business here right now.
Yes, sir, just changing ends from the main road end into the forested end on the northern side of the ground. Trey Serrett, his first over, just 6 runs in it. And Charles, the Bold, replaced him at the southern end and went for 19 runs in his first over. So trying to ring in the changes, Kadeem Roberts here, trying to build or to bring back the innings for the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. They've not had too good a go in the tournament so far, the North Zone tournament.
No, they've really underperformed. But like I said, they're rebuilding the team.
Here is Serrett. It's a good delivery and well stopped there from Foster. It is at backward. Well, he's at short, fine leg. That was tugged around the corner from Simmons, and you have to see he saved 4.
Well, using his feet, not in that you didn't see that in the manual when it thinking fielding, but it was effective. However, with your captain already nursing an ankle injury, you don't want somebody else.
Serrett. It's another full toss, pulled into the onside. And the two fielders converging and none of them getting it. Babs and Lucario mixing themselves up in the air at another boundary to the total.
I think both of them were skeptical of a collision, so they were trying to avoid the collision. But all that really needed was a little bit of communication. That's really all that was needed there. And in the end, both of them pulled up at almost at the same time, and then the ball just kind of passed between them.
It was 6 of one half, dozen of the other, nothing in the end. Serrett conceding a boundary now in his 11th over the inning, in the air. And Babs is there. It goes over his head at deep mid-wicket and into the boundary for 4.
Actually went for 6.
All the way for 6, Ruskin, you're right.
A maximum, a KFC maximum.
Yet another gift here. Tugged into the onside, all the way over his head. He was on the boundary edge and went over his head. And another 6 to the total. And Lezama just motoring on from his 50. And he is on to 66 now. 120 for 2 in the 11th over.
He must be thinking 100 here.
Yeah, overcompensating Serrett. Short wide outside Yost. Protection out there. Sweeping on the boundary. Just another run, another single to the total.
Yeah, with you know, no real threat or anything like that from the bowlers. I would imagine Lozama must be thinking, boy, I could score triple figures here. Easily.
Final delivery. And it's a dot ball. A rarity in the innings. The over comes to an end. 11 gone, 121 for 2.
Not a bad over when you, under the circumstances, but at the same time, just those 1 or 2 deliveries that are the boundary balls. And I've always said at this level, you're going to get those. All you have to be is patient as a batsman. Deal with the other deliveries that potentially could get you out, and then you punish the one or two bad balls that you anticipate will come in every over. And if you were to do that, one or two of those, if not both of them, would probably go for a boundary. One might actually even go for 6. So if you keep getting 2 bad balls every over and you stick around for 10, 12 overs, you're in the business. You are well on your way.
Yeah, absolutely. Charles going to continue now on the main road. And another full toss tugged into the onside. It's going to go close to the boundary and might even go, yes it does, into the boundary. The TKR and the man with the TKR hat on the boundary can't hold it back. Redhead and another boundary to the total.
Yeah, Dominic Redhead was struggling to get across there and the ball just kept going away from him. And despite his best efforts, he just couldn't get up to it. But another full toss that was being put away. And they really have to look at the proliferation of full tosses that they've been serving up because if not all, most of them, and a high percentage of them, have cost them boundaries.
Well, the man with the number 97 on his back, and that boundary took the partnership from 97 now to 101. You did say eyeing up 100, Ruskin. It's a 100 partnership from the payout in the middle of Lezama and Simmons.
Yeah, but he has to be thinking here now to pull the choke. I mean, he's already going at a rate of knots, but he could go even better if he just tees off here. And another full toss to work with. Probably disappointed that he didn't put that one away.
He's advancing down the track on that occasion, Lezama, and punched down the ground. So it would have even been a full toss had he not gone down the track. At times when you're moving into the ball, if your head is not steady, you can lose a little bit of focus on the ball and not getting all of it in the middle of the bat. But this is a man who's been getting most of them in the middle of the bat as well. Frank Simmons, he's on 38 off of 24. He's eyeing up a half century as well.
And he's putting so much effort into these shots. I think he's tiring a little bit. And he doesn't even have the energy to complete the single at any pace at all. So I think he is reaching to that point now where he may feel he's done enough and he's just going to throw the bat at everything and all.
Well, he did bat in one of the innings, made 64, and bat very close down to the end of the game, and in fact retired himself out to get a new batter to come out and strike the ball at the closing overs. Charles wide outside the off stump. And down on his knees, Lezama smiling back at umpire Gaskin. He's not going to give the wide. 127 for 2.
Yes, we're thinking of, he missed out on on at least a boundary there. To really pepper that one through the offside and missed out entirely.
Speaking of pepper, you can have your snacks here, your lunch here at the ground. Make your way down for this encounter between the Combined All-Stars and the Ebony Sports Club, and you can put some pepper on it as well.
You think they have Callaloo down there?
Absolutely. It is Sunday in Trinidad and Tobago. And this one is meat and drink again. He's cutting outside the off stump, but protection out there on the boundary. Babs always in our frame, and the throw goes wide again. Another wide throw, Ruskin. So not just full tosses, but even the throws coming in from the deep and not putting pressure on the batsman, particularly when you know that Simmons is just ambling through for singles.
Yeah, he's trying to conserve energy in almost everything that he does, other than when he throws the bat at the ball in batting. But he just looks fatigued right now, and if I was Ebony, I'd be anxious to bowl a little bit more at him and see if I can get an error out of him.
Well, he's out of his crease and a half step down the track. And off the inner portion of the bat, he's not going to run this one. He doesn't need to. It's backward of square, no protection out there in the deep and into the boundary for 4. Another boundary to Frank Simmons takes him on to 47.
Yeah, he's batting well. He's doing what he wants to do with the bowling, and he's manipulating the field as well. Wherever they put players, he just goes somewhere else. And but I still think the bowlers are batting too much, or bowling rather, too close to his body, and they're just giving him swinging room.
Yeah, and the protection is not there either at backward square or even at fine leg as the over comes standing 132 for 2 after 12.
Truth be be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB. It's banking for real.
So banking for real from JMMB, sponsors of this North Zone T20 festival, and it is a festival out there in the middle. Lots of action, lots of runs, lots of boundaries. Simmons on 43, Brent Lezama on 73, and the pair gone over 100 runs in their partnership so far, 132 for 2. 12 overs gone. Serret is going to continue from the northern end. And looking to go big, loud appeal. Umpire Jaipal says not out. That one off the pad, or perhaps inside edge, Ruskin?
Might have been an inside edge, but you could see the intent. He was looking to launch that over long on, probably in cow corner. Oh, outside the leg. That one was pitching close to the outside that leg stump. And probably no bat, but it clearly was off the pads.
Serret again to continue. Into his third over. And was that hit in the air? A chance. Simmons just jogged through for a single. It was hit the backward point. And was that an opportunity, Ruskin?
Well, he would have had to come forward and to make it into a catch. But instead, he just kind of anchored himself there and was hoping it would come to him. But in the end, it just dropped right in front of him. Very close to his hands, but not close enough.
Well, it was very close to his ankle, Ruskin. So Roberts there with the injury probably couldn't propel himself forward to take the catch. He's certainly in the wars, as is his team, Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. Serret to try again. It's a good slower delivery this time, and we haven't seen too many of those, Ruskin, as it's played down to long on.
No, it's good batting. It's good, sensible batting. Like I said, because you have the team on the ropes right now, so this is really like a knockout punch you're trying to deliver here. But you're not going about it in any reckless fashion. And to use a boxing terminology, you don't want to get caught with a wild swing. So what you're doing here, you just milk them at times and you punish them at other times. And this one is...
The work for Lakari out in the deep, and is going to go into backward square for 4. It's chipped into the onside with a ball angled into the pads. Serret in this over has been trying to again cramp them for room into the pads, and he's punished down the leg side for 4.
Lakari kind of got caught in two minds there. Don't need to play with his left foot or his right foot. And at the end, neither one was. I'm not sure which foot you wanted to go with there. He tried to play with the outside of the left foot, and it kind of missed everything.
They call that a draw. Arsenal and Manchester City drawing to the goal in the 93rd minute for Arsenal to bring it level. And nothing level about that. It's cut. It's short of a length. It's wide outside the off stump and put away with a horizontal back pass, backward point for 4.
And that's a good shot. That's probably one of his best shots for the day. And he's played that cut shot repeatedly and picked up boundaries with it, but most of them were a lot squarer. This time he went backward, and he goes into the 80s, and I'm just saying he has to be thinking about triple figures here without a doubt. And at the rate at which he's scoring, he could get that easily.
Yeah, that one there picked up by our cameraman Dimitri, who celebrated with aplomb the equalizer from Arsenal as he tracked that ball heading out to the boundary. Lazam on 82. And this is played to, is that redhead there at extra cover, and it's in the air, and he's gone, is he?
Yes. Well, actually, it's probably just a bump ball, but he hit it hard, but he hit it straight to his man. Actually, it's a bump ball. He hit it hard into the ground, and nice stop, but not enough.
Yeah, spectators catch there, 142 for 2 after 13. Lazama on 82 and Simmons on 44, eyeing up a half century as well. He's faced 27 balls, struck 5 4s and 2 6s. Lazama on the other hand has hit 5 6s and 8 4s. We have a good look at Amir Ali there. He is also one quite capable of smashing 6s to the boundaries. Picked up 5 for 9 in the earlier game as well. And what a nice, good talented player that man is, Amir Ali. Maybe we'll get to see a bit of him, but in the innings later on.
Well, it's certainly an opportunity for them, and that is one of the things that the tournament affords. It allows you to expose some of your young talent as well, and I'm sure he'll be seeing what is happening there. He must be licking his chops to get a little swing later on, maybe.
Yeah, and in the earlier game, Simmons actually retired to allow him to come and bat, and he smashed 14 off of 5 deliveries. He came out to bat in the 19th over and proved his worth to his captain by sending him out to face the final over, or the final last 5 deliveries of the innings. Going to be a bowling change here. Isaac Foster is the man coming into the attack, and Simmons on 44 off of 27 deliveries.
Simmons has slowed down a little bit, but I'm sure, and like I said, I just think he's getting fatigued here, and so he's probably just biding his time here, trying to save his energy, so maybe just have one final liftoff and see if he can take it as deep as possible, maybe even up to the 15th over. And but we'll see how what the bowlers think about that. Or do they cut out his onside play by feeding him deliveries outside the off-stump?
Well, they're making a number of field changes. They brought in a man from cover on the boundary. There's a man at deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, and a deep cover. Foster comes into Simmons. And he's hit in the air, and he puts the catch down. A caught and bowl opportunity, goes to ground, and Foster, off his first delivery, could have had the wicket of Simmons.
Well, it probably the lack of pace on the ball is what probably did him in. He probably was expecting it to come back a lot quicker, and he just sort of chipped it over the bowler's head, and really the contact was not with the full face of the bat, almost as if the bat was facing up in the air, and it just hit a portion of that face.
Simmons hitting it back at him. He said that's for your eyes only to the 007. Foster back in. And he's lost his bat.
Yep.
No contact with the ball. Cockburn has the ball in his hand, and it's all happening in this over. He's celebrating.
He's bowled him.
Well, it wasn't just the bat that went in the air. Was it the bails as well?
Let's look at it here again. He had a big almighty swing at it. Actually, no, it missed everything. The wicketkeeper removed the bails, but it's not out. Yeah, I think the keeper is the one who removed the bail there. It was a good take, and he fooled everybody and make the bowler believe that it was actually bowled down. So Lozama lives the fight on.
Yeah, the spectators weren't helped by the umpire either, who seemed to be walking forward almost as if he was giving it out. Yep. We thought the wicket had fallen, but no, he's still there. Cut away, and a good stop here. They're going to get the single. And that's a good throw, you know.
And there we go again, another close one. Did he get the bat down in time? He's living dangerously. And now, for the guys who would have done cycling, you know when they say the devil take the hindmost and they're looking to see the last wheel that crosses the line? This is what Frank Simmons is doing with us here right now. As at the last moment, he's just dipping the bat.
And just as well, we have as many cameras in this production just to keep an eye on those late entries from Frank Simmons. Yep. 45 he is off of 28. This is shaping up to be a good over. Foster, he's giving himself some room, and Foster follows him as he tugs it into the onside to mid-wicket.
Yeah, I think he's happy with one. In fact, based on the amount of energy he has right now, one might be the limit at any one time. When you dip into reserve, so he's probably on E right now, and so pretty soon the red light is going to come on.
Well, he started off with F for Frank, and he was full of gas, and now he's just gassed.
Yep. He's probably just, if you stand up next to him, you may not get it much air, because he's probably sucking in all right now.
It's very humid out there. Perhaps that's why. This is wide outside the off stump, and what a shot here from Lezama as he bisects cover and point. Nobody sweeping there on the boundary at backward point into the boundary for 4, and Lezama continues to motor on.
Yeah, he really looks in good form. Look at how wide that delivery was. He had to reach for it. That he did, and placed it nicely away from Lucario at that extra cover position, and 4 runs.
Every time we tempted to say a good over, a boundary comes. 87 he's on. And he's looking for a single. And it could have been 2 here.
Yeah, they could easily have run 2, but they decided against going back because none of the fielders actually were backing up at the bowler's end, but they settled on 1.
150 comes up with that single for 2 after 14.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Blue waters there, much needed on a day like today. It's sweltering out there and it's making an impact on Frank Simmons, but it hasn't impacted his scoring. He's on 46 off of 29. Brent Lezama is a man, they banked on him, just like JMMB is banking for real. The Combine All-Stars banked heavily on Brent Lezama, the captain. He's on 88 off of 47. 150 up for 2 as we start the 15th over with Seret. It's a good delivery here. Trying to get into the block hole. It's into the onside and some work for Babs to do at mid-wicket. We saw an opportunity for a close run out at backward point with Babs and a good throw from him over the stumps, and Simmons just got back in the nick of time.
Yeah, he's been flirting with that for a while. And I was using the cycling analogy about the devil take the hindmost, and at the last wheel that crosses the line.
And this one is in his wheel arc and swings it down to deep mid-wicket and just a single. So he's just doing it in singles for the moment. Simmons as he nears 50. Not for want of trying though. 152 for 2.
Yeah, he's swinging. They're making him work for this 50. He's really swinging hard. And you can see him leaning on the bat there. He's just looking for support wherever he could get it.
Slower delivery, and again for the second time Lezama loses his bat. On this occasion, we have no doubt he didn't lose his stumps either, as Cockburn this time doesn't pick the bail. And the umpire might just have to get a helmet out there as well, Ruskin.
Yeah, the umpire's probably saying 3 strikes and you're out, so don't do it a 3rd time. And Cockburn with another good take behind the stumps.
Well, he's certainly greasing the run wheel, Brent Lezama, but perhaps a little bit of grease on his hands as well. He might just want to change his glove, as he should call for a change of glove, did he? And that one, just the bat as well. And note as well, he did change the bat that he was using as he went out to bat early on after about 3 overs or so. So perhaps the grip on this one has just worn off as well. Yeah. He is looking to take a bigger, stronger hold on the innings. He's on 89.
It's very humid.
Chipped out to Babs. Comes around just the single. And Ruskin, this is the type of innings that, the North Zone would have been anticipating for this tournament. High-scoring games and a lot of action and a lot of boundaries.
Yeah, it is. And I was just thinking, it's such a wonderful feeling when you could score 100. And I'm thinking at any level, you want to get triple figures. Once you get a start, that has to be the thought process.
Simmons on 47. He's timed that one well to long on. And it's a tournament. Despite a couple of abandoned games that we've had, it's been very entertaining. I think Mr. Winston Sobers, Ingrid Maxwell, chairman and vice chair, could be proud of the work they have done to, again, put on another North Zone tournament.
Yeah, they need to be commended for that. They've had some difficulties with the rain, but not today.
Seret to continue. Down the track he is. Lezama, as he's into the 90s now. Overcomes Stan in. 15 gone, 154 for 2.
So 154 for 2, a very good response from these two. A partnership of 130 from 72 balls. And they obviously must be thinking 200, 220, and to give themselves as best a chance of possibly getting a victory here. They need a victory in the worst way, the same as Ebony, but who's going to blink first?
Yeah, they're currently third on the table, the combined All-Stars, and Santa Cruz at the top. Barataria ball players second, with the Harvard club in third. And these last two games are really two must-win games for Brent Lezama and his team if they want to get into that playoff, that semi-final to take place on Saturday. And they do have a game in hand. This is Ebony Sports and Cultural Club's final game in Group A. So they would want to do well, and conceding 154 runs so far after 15 overs means that they certainly have to go into bat out of their skins when it gets their turn.
Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a big ask for them. Like I said, they made 102 in their last batting performance, 108 for 2. This one is in the air, and he drops it. Well. It's not happening for them right now because Charles got under it and then it just dropped out of his hand. It's almost like fish jumping in the ocean. It hit and it just jumped back out.
And is his fifth? He's on 49 now. One more, so he would have been disappointed had he gone on 49. Lezama on strike, and Foster another opportunity off of his bowling goes to ground.
And another chance. And this time he goes Brent Lezama on 90. Well.
And the captain, you have to say he did his job, but he would be disappointed falling for 90. And it's a short ball, and it wasn't, he tried to get under it. And it sat up, and on the second attempt, he took the catch high, allowed himself the opportunity with a bubble, enough time and distance between where his hands was and the ground to recover. And Charles, who couldn't recover off of Simmons, and this time the catch is taken out at deep mid-wicket. He's gone for 90 off of 51 balls with 9 fours and 5 sixes. A mammoth innings from the captain of the combined All-Stars.
Yeah, this is a splendid performance from both of these batsmen and from the youngsters from the combined All-Stars, and they just need to now finish up all this good work that they have put together, and just try and see if they could take it home and finish up in style. Don't lose too many wickets, because when you lose wickets it slows you down, and but you just want to keep going as much as possible. It's just Amir Ali has gone out to bat.
Yeah, this man here, another exciting young player, and has the ability to hit big sixes. And the last time I talked about a young player hitting big sixes, he went for no score. So let me not try to jinx the young man. Amir Ali scored 155 for 3 Ruskin in the 16th over, and definitely they will be looking for more than 200 runs batting first.
Yeah, they must be thinking into now. The one consolation for them is the nature of the opposition and the strength of batting of the opposition. Whether or not they have the kind of resolve to come back and do a number on the Ebony batting when they get a chance to bowl at them. But it's going to take some effort from the part of the Ebony batsmen to overhaul this total already.
Foster in, and he's had a good first over, Foster, and 3 opportunities for catches off of this young man's bowling, and on the 3rd attempt he gets a wicket. Just confirm who the fielder is.
Yeah, it went up and then it came back down right in his arms there, Kern Buddy. And that is a good shot from Ali, a maximum, a KFC maximum.
I don't want to jinx the young man, but this is the ability that he has. And just a short arm jab, deposited over mid-wicket for 6. And it's not his first 6 in the tournament, and it certainly won't be his last. He's on 6 off of 2, 161 for 3 in the 16th over.
And you just have to bowl that again.
So over 10 runs and over the run rate. Simmons is still there on 49. And for the average spectator just walking in and looking at him, I think he's a bit winded. And they'll get a single here, but he's certainly not winded in terms of boundaries. He's winning in terms of boundaries. 7 in all, Simmons.
He gets a chance to get to his landmark here. He's on 49. One more to get him to that half-century mark. But I get the impression he probably might want more than one. But he might be smart just to get the single, get the half-century, and get off strike.
Yeah, another young man padded up, Abdul Rahim Toppin. He would be eager to get out there as well for these final overs. Simmons would certainly want to get to his 50 here.
And there it is.
One bounce into the boundary for 4. It'll bring up the 50 for Frank Simmons. It'll add to his boundaries 6 4s and 2 6s. Now as he picks up 50 runs, yet another 50 from the senior veteran player in this North Zone T20 Festival, and a very strong position he has put his team in, together with a over century run partnership with Brent Lezama, who fell for 90, and now Simmons getting a half century as well. 167 for 3, 16 overs gone.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
So 16 overs gone, 167 for 3. Frank Simmons bringing up his 50 with his 6th 4 of the innings, 53 off of 33 balls. Ami Ari is on 7 off of 3 deliveries. He's on strike. And Ruskin is the captain coming back into the attack.
Well, he might fancy his chances against Ali because, like some of the other batsmen, they were playing for turn, although he wasn't turning the ball very much. And so maybe that he's just trying to deceive them with an off-break action that is really not turning. I don't want to say not turning much. It's not turning at all, you know. But he does give you the impression that he could, you know, it could turn. One might turn.
Here he is round the wicket, and he's put it down the leg side to Ali, who he swept himself off his own feet. Ali trying to tuck it around the corner.
And again, looking for power. I think he's a touch player. He's a timer of the ball. To time the ball. Don't look to bludgeon it.
Roberts to try. It's another full toss. Gonna go for 1, and that's all they'll be, despite the fumble. Elton Davis, the man at long on, coming in there.
I don't know. The ball could have passed him. I don't know if Simmons was coming back for a second run. Simmons just seemed resigned to 1, and that was that.
Let's just say he wants to strike.
I don't even think it's because he wants to strike. I don't know if he can make it back up the road for 2 in quick succession.
Wait, he's playing a reverse. He's shadowing a reverse sweep now, Ruskin. Now, if he doesn't middle it, he's going to have to run.
He's signing his own death knell there.
Well, he's outfoxed the fielders because Robert comes in. It's a full toss. And Babs is out there at mid-wicket. After he shadowed that reverse sweep, it caused the entire offside to move 3 paces to their left. And it was a full toss. It would have been interesting to see had it been a length ball outside the off stump if he would have tried to play the reverse sweep.
And it's just amazing the amount of full tosses that they're serving up. And the batsman, and like I said, I think he's so fatigued right now, he can't really time it as well as he was earlier. And as a result, the bowlers are getting away with it to some degree.
Good delivery there. He thought for a second, Amir Ali, he was shaping up to tug it into the onside and perhaps in the air, but there's a man at deep mid wicket and just checked the shot, got a single on the ground to deep square leg. Just rehearsing it at the non-striker's end. He wanted to go in the air, but the ball wasn't quite there. And we'll just chalk it up to a good delivery from Kadeem Roberts.
Yeah, let's see if he can finish up strongly here.
Simmons on strike. Very slow ball indeed, but it's raced off the face of the bat. Now, he was calling for a change of bat. I'm not sure why, because he said that well over the boundary at deep mid-wicket, going all the way for yet another 6 in the innings.
Yeah, another KFC maximum, and you can see it's an almighty swing. He's really swinging for the fences. He's putting everything behind those shots, and hence the reason why he's probably so winded, because it's not easy to swing that hard all the time.
Well, Super Blue announced it, hand in the air. The umpire had to raise both of them, and that was a 3-piece with fries, and he asked for extra side of biscuits with that one. It went that far over the boundary. Captain Roberts, it's another full toss. Might be over the waist, you know, but it's certainly in the stands because it's an almighty 6 here from Frank Simmons. And another full toss and another 6 in the innings.
And another KFC maximum to go. Really, they're serving up gifts here.
Yeah, it's a mega deal here now from Frank Simmons, and he's called for a change of bat, and he might just want to negate that order for a change of bat, because that one is certainly doing the business out there in the middle. It's all the way into the stands. We expect to see some more big hitting with the CPL finals later on tonight, Ruskin.
Yeah, but you're not going to get too many full tosses in those. You might get a few.
He's advancing down the track. Doesn't get all of it, as Roberts just held it back a bit. And you have to say, when they held it back, it lands. Because if they try to bowl, push it through, it's full tosses. And it's at the end of the over. 17 gone, 184 for 3. Amir Ali on 9, and Frank Simmons, he's in a no-nonsense mood, Ruskin, on 67.
And he's batting well. He's getting deliveries that he can work with, and he's trying to take full advantage of those. These two have already put on 29 now together, and the most amount of the heavy lifting again being done by Simmons, although Ali has chipped in with 9 of those, but he has a role to play, which is to get Simmons back on strike the rest of the way.
They're spot on, 184 for 3 as they approach 200 runs with 3 overs to go. You got a shot there of Christian Lal. He got a second opportunity to walk out there with a bat, but was only to change bat for Simmons, and I wonder why he's changing the bat, Erskine, because that one is certainly working well.
Well, he probably tells himself he's not middling as well, so he needs one that he can middle with.
Well, if he middles this one, it might just end up in the Pity Valley here in Diego Martin. He's on 67. Combined all-stars on 184 for 3. Final 3 overs to go. It's a deep square leg. The man is actually in front of square on the boundary. Deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, and a deep cover. Fielders outside the ring. Hitting this down the ground, just a single. He's going to walk it, Ruskin.
Yeah, like I said, he doesn't want to expend any more energy than he has to. He's in energy preservation mode right now. So what little energy he has, he's hoping to sail through the rest of this innings. And
well, he went Dutch in this innings. He brought his boundaries with him, and he's certainly feasting out there in the middle for his team. Combined all stars. Focus on Amir Ali now as the field changes round. Deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, and a deep cover on the boundary. Bit more of an extra cover, in fact. Oh, this has disappeared into the crowd. It's made its way over mid-wicket, and one bounce perhaps into the road as well, over the steamroller, and steamrolling their way closer to 200 runs. Amir Ali with another 6.
well, a gift. Look at how short this ball was, and it just sat there and waited for it to be smacked. And boy, did he give it a good whack. And a clear defense here for another KFC maximum. 191 for 3 now.
And he's indicating it came off the toe of the bat, as he's telling Dwayne Cockburn. In jest, I'm sure I can assure you, because that was smoked out of the ground. Foster is going to change now to throw and round the wicket to Amir Ali, the left-hander. So he had 3 chances off of his bowling in the first 9 balls he bowled. Foster, one was hit straight to him from Simmons that he couldn't hold on to. And he's been in the wars a bit. 007. Hit in the air. And this is going to go for another 6, Ruskin.
It is. It's almost a repeat of the one before. So the runs are flowing here now as they look to end on a high in this tournament. Remember, they just have, 13 balls left in this innings? Actually, no, they have quite a few balls. They have 15 balls left.
I think Foster might only want it to be 15, so it means that he'll have just one more in the over, but it's 2 6s in the over. Amir Ali quickly on to 21 off of 7 deliveries. Foster is going to have to come back here, produce a wicket-taking delivery.
And
that he does.
Yep.
Gets the wicket. Clean bowled. Amir Ali has to go for 21. The 4th wicket now falls 197 for 4 with 2 deliveries left in the 18 over. And that's a big wicket there, Ruskin.
Yeah, because they need whenever you get a wicket, it's almost like it's a dot ball. So you need to try to produce as many dot balls as you possibly can, unless it's a run out and you're trying to effect a run out while they're actually running singles or something. But whenever you get a wicket at this stage, that's almost like a blessing, because one, like I said, it's a dot ball, and you get the wicket and you limit the scoring as well. So,
well, the big man, Trinidad and Tobago under 19 captain Abdul Rahim Toppin. He's playing as a guest player today, as Christian Lal, the opening batsman, wicketkeeper for Trinidad and Tobago under 19, was played as the youth player. And this man is no slouch with the bat either. Abdul Rahim Toppin, the all-rounder. And he stands a towering figure, the opening fast bowler for Trinidad and Tobago. And Foster, with a wicket, has now 2 for 34. And Kadeem Roberts has bowled out 1 for 45. He had the captain off of his 4 overs. Remind you that he went off with an injury after he bowled his first over and picked up the wicket of Lal. Dominic Redhead, he has 1 over left, 1 for 17 he has. Certainly will come back to bowl one of the final death overs, which will begin at the end of this Foster over. Toppin hammers it past Foster. It'll go close to the boundary, and that's good work out there to save the boundary. Javon Charles doing the fielding.
Yeah, he's obviously he read the script, so he knows exactly what the deal is here. It's to get Simmons on strike.
He's on 68. Foster 2 for 35 now. Chipped in the air on the onside. Serrett coming around and does good work as well, knocking it down on the bounce.
That's the big fella Buddy. Yep.
He took the catch to dismiss Lezama.
The wide body, big Buddy.
It's the end of the Isaac Foster over. So 3 overs. He's bowled 2 for 36.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. Fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Blue Water's Artisan Well water, certainly needed on a day like today. sweltering heat, and we're having our blue waters here, and we'll have some KFC as well in the interval. Ruskin, 199 for 4.
Yeah, this is, well, we were talking about doubling where they were. They were at 109 at the 10 over mark, so they were pretty much on course to get to about 120.
The projected total 221, 2 overs to go. And
well, that should have been 220 as I was suggesting. So if you double it at the halfway point, it's money in the bank.
Well, here's your buddy, Ruskin. Yep. Left arm on, he's bowled him. Buddy has come on. He took the catch to get rid of Lezama and now single-handedly gets rid of Frank Simmons. What an excellent knock from the veteran. He's gone for 69 and 4 sixes, 6 fours to Frank Simmons. An epic innings from the veteran. 199 for 5 now, Ruskin.
A lovely effort on his part, and really ought to be commended. The 2 batters who were blazing away, one got 90, one got 69, and really it was an effort of great importance for both of them, because they looked like the 2 most accomplished batsmen that we've seen, apart from the teenager Amir Ali. So it's important that they lead from the front, and they've done exactly that. Barry Hassan Ali is making his way out.
I wonder if he'll don the wicket-keeping gloves as well. Hassan Ali with Christian Lal in the team can also wicket-keep. But I'll just say Christian Lal is a bundle of joy when he's in the outfield, as wicket-keepers normally are when they don't have the gloves on. And Hassan Ali here, Abdul Rahim topping, 2 new batters out there in the middle, and Kern Buddy picking up a wicket off of his first delivery. And a good start from the left-arm orthodox bowler. A good knock from Simmons. Ray Campbell went for 2, Christian Lal for no score, Brent Lezama for 90, and Simmons coming in at number 4, 69, was his second 50 in this North Zone T20 Festival. He got 64 opening the batting with NL Ryan in the earlier game, and dropping down for number 4 is becoming his favorite position, scoring 69. He's reaching for this one here is Hassan Ali. He's going to get runs here. Is it off the bat or perhaps off the pad as they come for a couple? But he is asking the umpire. Not sure what he's asking the umpire, Ruskin.
It's a dead ball, is it?
Yeah, he signaled dead ball.
He's changing it to
change the call.
The leg by.
Yeah, but he was arguing with the. Well, I don't want to say arguing. I shouldn't say arguing. Just informing the umpire of his opinion that it came off of something. Down the track. Feels to his own bowling.
Yeah, he's a big fellow, and
left arm, through and round, and he's bowled him. Another wicket, 2 wickets in the over for Kern Buddy. He is fast becoming the favourite bowler for his captain Kadeem Roberts as another wicket falls. That 2 leg byes brought up the 200. The score on 201 now for 6, losing another wicket here. Combined all stars in the death overs.
Yeah, that's good bowling. And that's what I'm saying. Once you can take wickets, it will slow down the scoring. And, you're getting new batters at the crease, so you're exposing them. And the chances of you getting more wickets increases exponentially when you could get wickets early. And look at it now, because now that they've removed this dangerous pair, they're realizing that they could maybe slice through the others. Not that they're going to dismiss them all, but at least they look like they could get to 7, possibly 8 wickets before it's all said and done.
Yeah, and because as well, you're into the lower middle order now with batsmen of less capability than the top order. So you favour your chances, and Buddy's certainly favouring a 3rd wicket in his first over. 2 for none he has, immaculate figures considering that the combined all-stars have crossed the 200 mark. Adrian Burke Sr. joins topping out in the middle.
Almost got through there again.
Yeah, Toppin not wanting to risk the opportunity to come through for a risky single, having lost 6 wickets. Knowing as well there's just one ball to come in the over, and he might just be telling Burke Senior, just one ball left in the over. You could just not ensure that we have another wicket, lose another wicket here.
Yeah, whatever you say, son.
Burke Senior tugged into the onside, and Roberts. Yeah, Toppin is not going to take the single. He wants to strike for the last over, refusing what would have been an easy single there. 2 batsmen just perched on their bat, not going for the run. End of 19 overs, 201 for 6.
Yeah, 201 represents a very good total for in this game. So 201 for 6, and you look at the bowling here. Buddy is yet to get he's a double wicket maiden.
And as well, he's not going to get to bowl another over. And we were saying, Ruskin, earlier on in the game that just when 4 bowlers was used and the run rate was 10 runs and over, you wanted to bring in many bowling changes so that you don't get batsmen accustomed to the same bowler all the time. And Buddy introduced at the late stage of the game, he's just going to get 1 over. And 2 wickets he has for no runs, a double wicket maiden. And Toppin insisting on the strike for this final over. There were 40 dot balls in this total. 201. Toppin is on strike. Redhead is going to come in to bowl the final over of the innings. And 3 overs he had, it will be his quarter as well. 1 for 17. And he would have been to pick up the bowlers, but for that single over from Kern Buddy.
Yeah, to bowl 6 deliveries and not concede a run and pick up 2 wickets is priceless.
Step out of his crease is Toppin. And this is going to go to third man for 4. Comes off the top handle of the bat, top portion of the bat, as he's trying to tug it into the onside and gets a fortuitous boundary. 205 for 6.
Yeah, they all count because in the scorebook it doesn't say it came off the outside edge or the inside edge. All it says 4. And you will count them against the total, the batsman's total as well as the overall team total, and it's 205 now for 6.
5 legal deliveries to come. Toppin steps across in the air, down to Buddy, and it lands 1 bounce to him, the left hand, and Toppin wasn't aware that Burke Senior wanted to come back for 2, because Toppin, who indicated to Burke Senior that he wants to strike for the last over, seems unaware that they could have gotten 2.
Well, the thing is, he stopped running, essentially. And then at the last moment, he decided, look, let's go. So the 2 batsmen almost started going in the same direction. One was going back, and the other one was still trying to force the issue of getting that second run. In the meantime, the ball was already on its way back. Not the strongest of throw, and it's fairly wide out there. So it was going to take some effort to run them out.
Third ball of the over. And they are going to come for a quick single. And a shy at the non-striker's end, and he's not going to go for the over through Toppin, because he recognizes that he should have the strike. But that's an opportunity for a run out there from Charles. He did hit the stump earlier on to Simmons at the non-striker's end. This time it was an overhead throw, Ruskin.
And not only that too, you don't want to leave runs on the board, off the board. So you try to put those runs on the board as much as possible. Now he might be thinking, we have plenty of runs, there's no big thing. But cricket is a strange old game. And next thing you know, you lose by a run. You would have been looking for that run where you could have found it.
Slower delivery, and he wants to come for a single now, and it's not on, as the man is in the ring at square leg and sent back by Burke Senior. And you're quite right, Ruskin, because there was an opportunity for an overthrow, and you never know if the throw is also coming back from the man could fumble, you could get a third, and then you back on strike again. So you have to take whatever is on offer out there, especially in the final over.
Yeah, you take what the team gives you. If you hit a good shot and you get a boundary, fine. But other than that, you just go with what they give you. And if they give you limes, you make lemonade or lemons, it make lemonade, and if not, you just make a good lime juice. And they tack on another couple. So this time they were running pretty quickly, and he got 2 runs to his name, Toppin.
Yeah, exactly. There's an opportunity there, and earlier in the innings that would have been a single, and definitely have to come back for the second, because Burke Senior would have been running to the danger end, which would have still given Toppin the strike with 1 ball left in the final over. And it's a play and a miss outside the off stump, and Toppin is going to take off. The ball is in the hands of Dwayne Cockburn. It's going to be a run out. So the 7th wicket is going to fall with the score on 209 after 20 overs. That is the total combined all-stars being inserted into bat. And an outstanding performance, and the highlight from Brent Lezama, 90, and Frank Simmons, 69. Amir Ali chipped in with 21, Ruskin, and that's an outstanding total in this North Zone T20 Festival.
Yeah, this is an excellent total of 209 for 6. And, you know, as I make that pronouncement, 209 for 7, because there was a run out of the last ball. And I would imagine that is it Burks who was run out, because they seem to pass each other at the wicket, in the wicket. So there's a man who was going in this direction would be the one to be run out. But he never looked like he wanted the single. He just kind of stood there because he knew that he couldn't get it. But all the same, kudos to Brent Lezama, 90 from 52. Frank Simmons, 69 from 40 overs, and of course Amir Ali 21 from 8. So that's the situation. 2 for 36. Foster Buddy had 2 wickets for no run, 1 over, and he picked up 2 crucial wickets, and 1 for 45 to Ruddup. So that's the situation, and these are some of the highlights now as you get a quick look back at what transpired. And an early boundary to get the adrenaline flowing here. Remember, they lost some early wickets. And this one straight down the throat of the man at mid-off. Bob took it, and Campbell went for 2. But Lezama and Simmons took the ball in by the scruff of the neck and really started to rotor to put runs on the board and give themselves a fighting chance in this one. And once you pitch it up, they were going with it, and they were having tremendous success early on in their innings as they started to build. And this was not just a foundation, this was really an ability to manipulate the field, and when they get bad balls, put them away. And they got a number of bad balls, and they did put quite a number of them away as well. And it didn't really matter. This was Roberts, the captain, who came back on the field after suffering that bad blow to his knee, to his ankle. But he seemed to be moving okay. And but talking about moving okay, it was the ball flying off the bat. And this young man looks to be in immaculate form at the moment, Brent Lezama. And just a lack of pace there did him in, because he wasn't too sure how to get the hand up to that when he was seeing it, but he couldn't close the hand in time. And then a little bubble out in the thing, Buddy bubbled it, he punched it up in the air, took it on the second attempt. He went for 90. At that stage, and that allowed Simmons to continue his assault on this bowling attack, and it got them to think in terms of getting to 200, and another maximum for him there. 9 fours, 6 fours in his 50. And some wickets down at the dregs there. Big swing and a miss, and he would take that. Hassan Ali bowled all over the place, and another one from Buddy to certainly put himself there. Simmons went for 69, Hassan Ali for no score, and again it was Buddy picking up 2 quick wickets, and then They would be including the wicket that of Simmons for 69. And that was Hassan Ali who was bowled there. So 2 wickets to Buddy in 1 over, a maiden. And then this was the last ball as they lost another wicket, run out there. So Tuppin made 8, Burke made 1, and a good score, 209 for 7 from their 20 overs. It means that Ebony Sports will need 210 for a victory. We'll get to them when we come back.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
This one? No. Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you're feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue Water's posse identify. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party pussy water. Working pussy water. The school children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness pussy water. The office pussy water.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Blue water's pussy identify. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party pussy water. Working pussy water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness pussy water. The office pussy water.
When they want to get the inside information, they go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients, the attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Client succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Blue water's pussy identify. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or house, take a blue water spray. When people run out, take a blue water spray. Party pussy water. Working pussy water. The school children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness pussy water. The office pussy water.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 Bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. and let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Well, welcome back here to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where we're getting ready for the Ebony response as they need 210 for a victory. That's after the combined All-Stars posted tournament high 209 for 7. And, of course, Brent Lezama leading the way, 90 is the highest score so far in the tournament. And so a lot of positives for them. And this is what it looks like now. Santa Cruz Sports, 6 points. Barataria and Harvards and 3 points each. In that 2-1. And then in Group 2, Savannah Boys at 4 points, the same as Northside Future Stars. But look, Glenora Sports right there. So still have some interesting games to come up with, if you know what I mean. To be able to produce the kind of results that some of these teams might need from here. So we'll see whether or not they can get those runs. 210.
Batsmen out there, Babs looks like, and Serret.
So they would want to make absolutely certain that they get the runs. A good start is going to be ideal at this point for them. And it looks as opening the bowling.
Yeah, Toppin.
Is going to be Toppin, Abdul Rahim Toppin. And as a striker, they stuck him low down on the ankles. And the umpire says not out. So, a good first up delivery.
Toppin likes to specialize just short of a length and full pitch deliveries, almost Yorker length. That one just angling into the base of leg stump. Wanting to start off with a Yorker. The young Trinidad and Tobago under 19 opening fast bowler. Bab and Serret out there in the middle.
So it's going to be an interesting battle now. Can Toppin prize open something here? Quick delivery. And certainly rushing the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, first slip in place as well. And the third man on the boundary. So looking to take wickets early. Looks like the man Rishi Ramguli, the veteran opening fast bowler for the Comets B team, as well as the opening fast bowler for SFBT in the first match circuit. He's at first slip in the lineup for today's game.
Another quick delivery and bang on target. So good opening burst here. It just needs to keep going, and a wicket will be ideal for the young man, give him a boost of confidence.
You're looking for that Yorker again. Squeezed out by Bob in the nick of time.
He was probably going around it or across it slightly. And again, plenty of pace and bounce and carry.
And that was predictable from the young man. Likes to deal in those short balls and full Yorker deliveries, particularly in the T20 format. That was a quick one. Keeper Hassan Ali with the gloves, not Christian Lal.
I don't think the batsman really could catch up with that one.
Searching for the Yorker. Ruskin is going all the way for 6. Such is the pace of that delivery. Well, he's signaling 4. I thought it cleared the boundary.
It might have gone for 6. We double check that. But again, another full toss. And he was able to take care of business. And another KFC maximum.
Yeah, I thought that one went all the way over backward point, clearing the boundary for 6. That's the pace of Abdul Rahim on top in full toss outside the off stump. Given room again, searching for a Yorker, but again, maybe this time he tried to change the line of the Yorker to the off stump rather than into the ankles. 4 signal by the umpire. Or they've changed it to 6.
Yeah, I think they've changed it.
Sometimes that can be the problem with pace on the ball. When you miss your line and lengths, you can't go for runs.
And again, this one struck him on the pad, and it's leg byes. And didn't look like he was playing much of a shot, but just enough of a little, I suppose, the gesticulation there convinced the umpire that he was actually attempting a leg glance, but 10 without loss after 1.
You know, when T20s first came on board, and there was a fast bowler from Australia, Sean Tate, who was bowling in the 90s. And so fast he was, but then he went for a lot of runs. It's hard to contain out-and-out fast bowlers in the T20 format, because as you saw on that occasion, just narrowly missing his line, and Simmons is in at short fine leg, and once it goes past the keeper and Simmons, it's into the boundary for 4. So you just got to be careful with pace, and so many times, Ruskin, we see the fast bowlers bowling slower deliveries, even in the first over.
Yeah, they try to, well, you know, when you have something up your sleeve in terms of, you know, your repertoire, you probably want to try to experiment with it, but if it's something that you've been practicing, well, then you want to bring it out as quickly as possible. And so sometimes that's why some bowlers tend to do it. But the normal scenario is that most of the opening batsmen love pace on. So if you could change it up a little bit, it helps, because then you could deceive them.
Yeah, I agree with you there, Ruskin. He's another young man, and I was impressed with his pace as well. Burke Jr.
Adrian Burke. And again, like I said, this tournament, while it allows the cricketers who probably just to extend their careers a little bit, because most times when you play at the higher level, sometimes you drop down to the zonal divisions, and you know, just to extend your playing careers, because of the time, you probably don't have as much time to commit to the everyday grind that the higher level demands. But at this level, you could kind of, you know, pick and choose, or not have to worry too much about you know, practicing every day or playing every day, as the case may be. But in addition to those players, the younger players can kind of learn from them, and when you mix that formula, the bright young talent can also be guided by some of those players who would have played at the higher level before, and so it works both ways for them. Pitched up, another full toss, driven nicely, going past the man at mid-off. He preferred not to dive, but he tried to get it with the boot.
Yeah, the EPL has started in England. Lots of football fans around Trinidad and Tobago, and perhaps encouraging players with a big game on today, Arsenal, Manchester City. played out to a draw, encouraging some of the players to use their feet.
Yeah, Toppin needed to try to get across to that one a little bit earlier, but it was well timed and put away nicely for 4 runs. So now we have the long off and the long on in play. And then everybody else making a nice ring in the circle, including a short extra cover. Pitching up outside the off stump, and you could just see Serrett a little bit sort of languid, just the way he puts the bat at the ball. It's not in the most convincing of fashions, and a prime candidate for either an LBW or to hit the edge, because the bat seems to be coming through almost as if it's delayed coming through towards the ball. And again, and well played, but sadly enough, it hit the batsman, the non-striker's bat. It took a lot of the pace off it. The bowler also got a hand to it as well. Killed some of the pace. Sleeves right down. Play and a miss. So we've seen that before.
Yeah, Ruskin, the last game, Devon David opened with Elton Davis. And in previous games, Cleveland Frederick, the guest player, opened with Miguel Turner. And on this occasion now, Serrett and Barber given the opportunity. So they've been experimenting at the top of the order.
Looking for a combination that works. And this one also going through. And you could see the batsman suggesting that it kept a little bit low. 14 without loss now after 2.
Blue Water's posse identified! Somebody pass blue water, somebody bring blue water, somebody get blue water, and we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water, working posse water, the school children they water. Blue water spray, the fitness posse water, the office posse water.
We're back here, 2 overs completed, 14 so far. And consider this, they're actually ahead of where the combined All-Stars were after 2 overs. They were 10 for 1. So 14 without loss represents some promise. Question is, can they keep it, sustain it for an extended period, especially against this opening pace attack? And that is close, very close, but the umpire says not out, and Toppin is not a happy camper.
Yeah, this is very, very close indeed, umpire Jai Paul. Be thinking it's heading down the leg side?
I don't think he hit him on the back foot.
Well, it wasn't missing leg.
And it wasn't missing off.
Missing off. So it has to be an inside edge, Ruskin.
Well, but the bat seems so far away from the ball itself. The ball seemed to beat everything on the way through. A full-length delivery, and he was kind of caught on the crease. Oh yeah, that was through him in a flash. And nicely played there. A little bit of Gordon Greenwich in that one. Just getting up on one foot and helping it down behind square for 4.
And that's an encouraging sign for Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. This is an outstanding shot here, using the pace of the bowler, angled into the body and the right height, and he timed it perfectly, whipping it away on the onside.
Yeah, it looked like Gordon Greenwich there. He was famous for that shot on 1 foot off the ground, and just helping it. Didn't really try to hit it too hard. Just helped it down behind square. And I think you play a shot like that, especially when the bowler is rapid or when there's good pace on the ball, because you don't have the time to make the big swing, the elaborate swing, so you just help it and you take it and you go with it. So that now they've forced another field adjustment. They've pushed the man back at square leg. So there's a fine leg and a deep square leg. Those are the two men out. A suggestion that that short ball is not too far away.
Yeah, Toppin is not happy after he was hit for that boundary, insisting on the field adjustment. It's going to be an interesting delivery now.
And good carry once again.
A bit of smell the leather, Ruskin.
Yeah, Bob is probably thinking, why did I play that shot?
The typical response from a fast bowler.
Yep.
And the line was right as well. So many times you see they get it wrong in terms of the line.
Because they want to follow the batsman. But this is where you make the batsman think, is he going to bowl another short one? And it's a late decision because, again, he's not in the ideal position to play that shot.
And that's an excellent follow-up there from Toppin because, as you said, Ruskin, now the batsman is in two minds. Is he going to bowl me a Yorker now, or is it going to be another short delivery? And he was not in position to play that. And the first slip in position to take anything off the outside edge. One for the over signal by the umpire. So this one was a bit higher.
I wonder if that will ever convince me not to bowl another one. One in the over. He has a helmet. There you go. You know, why would I be worried? He could bowl a wide. You consider a wide. But certainly as a bowler, I'm thinking, boy, you're getting a good barrage here.
Yeah, you'd gladly accept a no ball for another one over the shoulder. Not the warning, though, because you know the next delivery, the batsman is going to just be sitting on that back foot. And you're going to pitch up another full Yorker, beat him for peace.
He's thinking now he might very well bowl another short one. And it's well played in the end. Not convincingly, but played well enough to get a single and get off strike. So now this is going to be very interesting here now because Serrett, he just seems to be a little bit late in his decision making. And if Toppin can produce something, he could either pitch it right up to him or he could bowl him a short ball as well and see how he handles it.
Man in front at forward short now. Lezama has come in from mid-on. He doesn't have a helmet on.
Is this a bluff?
He's up in the grill.
Right up to him and it misses, not by much. So good bowling, good planning as well as the over comes to an end. And at the end of 3, it's 20 without loss.
Exciting stuff from Abdul Rahim Toppin. 2 overs, 12 runs, a 4 and a 6 he's conceded. But you have to say it's a good aggressive bowling from the young man. He's keeping the batsmen on their toes. And the batsmen are so far responding. That one pitched all the way up. Look at the left foot. It now comes across about 2 hours after the ball has passed.
Listen, if there was a meter, or if we could hear it on the stump mic, his heart is probably racing right now with Toppin approaching him. Because that bat is coming from all over the place. The leg isn't getting into line. And he must have been the most relieved person when that ball went outside the off stump because the bat was nowhere in line with the ball and could so easily have, hit the edge or take the stump on the way through. And so he must be very relieved now that he's at the non-strikers end and could just watch on at his teammate, Bab, deal with the fast bowlers here, and this is going to be Burke Jr. continuing.
Bob with the purple skins on.
And a bright red helmet. And bang on target is the young man. So, and again, this is kind of like the how do I say, the macho thing in cricket. Here's a young fast bowler trying to probably scare the batsman Bab, but Bab is probably saying, look, I'm equal to you. Something's got to give. And a big swing and a miss.
He has a very interesting bowling action as well, Adrian Burke. The first time I saw him bowled, remind me, perhaps we'll just wait for when he runs on. Have a close look at his bowling action, Ruskin.
It kind
A
of
bit of
goes
that
in.
double jointed.
Yep.
Reminds me of an Indian fast bowler. Have a look at the run up on the approach as well. And that's a Jasprit Bumrah, if you ask me.
But if anything, he tends to fall away a little bit when he delivers, so his action isn't as high as Bumrah's. And, and I tell people, you could start anyway, as long as the elbow stays straight.
Locked.
And stays locked, then it doesn't matter what the action looks like. In the air and just over the head of the man at cover. And down to the boundary for 4.
Yeah, and Bumrah played today against India against Pakistan. India emerging victorious. Bumrah went for 45 runs in his 4 overs. And it was with shots like these that he conceded those 45 runs. So the Bumrah look-alike is conceding boundaries here as well, as India defeated Pakistan for the 2nd time in the Asian Cup.
It's and that is always a big rivalry. They're going to have to hurry here. If he hits it, he's out and he misses not by a little bit. He missed by a lot.
By a country mile.
And again, it's just the way he picked up the ball and returned it. It's almost like he just wanted to get rid of it quickly, which is good. But then look at how far off target he was. Not sure if there's mango in the area where he lives.
Perhaps in the neighbor's tree.
Well, true. He's probably pelting at his tree, but picking mangoes by the neighbor. It happens.
Well, that piece of fielding as well gets you and the fielder as well to appreciate when you do see fielders at the international level execute that with consistency. Then you get a greater appreciation for that type of fielding.
And this is kind of like, now they haven't been able to bowl the ball on the stump when he's batting, but that ends the over. Surratt survives. He's 4, 25 without loss now after 4.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. The school children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
Welcome back here, and of course we want to remind you and thank our sponsors as we see some of the fans here enjoying their Sunday evening out at the cricket. Thank our sponsors KFC, JMMB, Cairns Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White, Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and the Lion brand from the National Flour Mills. And of course our production is the Cricket 360 team, and bringing you all the images and all of the action here at the North Zone T20 Festival 2025.
The captain now with the ball in hand, Brent Lezama, knock of 90. I spoke to him in the innings break, Ruskin, and unbelievably, he said he didn't know he was on 90. He thought he was in the 70s. So you just have to just polish up on the combined all-star team. They're not listening to our coverage.
And well, not only that, somebody should have told him at some point that you're approaching 100, and or you need 20. You know what I mean? Or you need 15 or something. There is no way that I think I would be batting, and I wouldn't know that I was. Your teammates must be able to help you in that regard.
As soon as you cross 75, Ruskin, there'll be a running score to you all the time, particularly at the rate he was scoring at.
Yeah, because that was a short ball that he could have actually hit on the ground, and so even if it was fielded, he would have still been able to continue his innings. But we'll see what happens. Let's see if he gets a couple wickets now. And driven nicely. But there is cover out there, so it may just cost him a single.
So Bab and Surratt survived the piece of Abdul Rahim Toppin, and more so Bab struck a couple boundaries off of Toppin as well. But at this pace now of Lezama, stroking it nicely, more comfortable with the pace. And I would suggest that Surratt would be happy that the slower bowler is on. Not that much slower, because Brent Lezama likes to dig it in short as well. Doesn't pitch up too many deliveries.
But I want to see him bowl it on the stumps, because I'm so curious to see how Seret handles something on the stump. But he plays that well enough, and but that's par for the course for him, because it's just a simple pickup and swing it for 4 runs over mid-wicket.
Yeah, his stance as well is in that position for that ball to tug into the onside, Seret. So you're really bowling it in his arc. His setup is actually for that shot, and you gifted it to him there. Anything else, as you suggest, pitching on the stumps, up to him outside the off stump, angling into the off stump, you could get him out. But that one was a poor delivery from Lezama.
Yeah, hopefully he would have learned from that and choose a different line. The line is crucial here, especially against Seret, who foot movement is almost non-existent. And so he's going to just stand there and try to swing from that position in the crease. So you have to make him think about other areas to score. It's not going to go out there, and it's too wide. Lezama puts his hands up as to say, umps.
You're not doing me any favors.
Yep.
He just dropped the man long off, and there's a deep extra cover on the boundary. So he wants to hang that ball, pitch it up outside the off stump to Seret. And he has the protection there. He has a slip as well. Looks like Frank Simmons in the first slip now.
And again, because he's swinging from that position, he gets it fine, and he gets another boundary.
Yeah, that's a badly lined delivery there. Capitalizing on it is Seret. It's another gift to him. And Lezama knows he's shaking his head. That's not the line he wants to be bowling. They have some runs to play with, but at the same time, you don't want to gift runs to the opposition. I'll have a look at his wide open stance here, and he almost doesn't have to move his feet with the ball in that line.
Yep, and there's no foot movement. He's just swinging from that stance, and picks up 2 boundaries already in this over. And I was just, before the over started, I was saying, why didn't they just give Toppin a third over? Because these 2 batsmen, I don't think are convincing at all against them, and let him. Let him get a good blowout here and see if he can prize out a wicket in his third over.
And they do have more medium pacers in the team. Rishi Ramguli is in the side. He can swing the white ball. And there are other options as well. Frank Simmons is in the lineup as well. We haven't seen him bowl too many overs, but he is also very capable with the ball.
Yep, and so Lezama made the decision, and but I was really thinking that I would have really liked to have seen Toppin, or give Bab a single and get the ball at Seret. And again, so everything is being fetched from outside the off stump, trying to pull it through to the onside. Again, no foot movement. He's not getting behind the line of the ball. He's just swinging from his batting stance and hoping that he makes contact with it. He's on 12, 17 to Bab, 35 without loss. We're in over number 5. And if I could just do a quick comparison, after 5 overs, they were 45 for 2 combined all-stars. So this is not bad from the Ebony outfit. They need to keep going. And again, so he's not comfortable playing at deliveries out there. He's just hoping to catch up with it. It's the end of the over, and 5 completed now, 35 without loss.
Lezama in that over wasn't in agreement with us because he dropped the man deep mid-wicket from a mid-wicket on the boundaries. We look at the comparisons here you were mentioning, Ruskin.
Yeah, they haven't been able to, they're not too far off, and the good thing is they haven't lost the wicket. So they still have that in their back pocket, so to speak. The fact that they can afford or maybe take a few risks when the over is gone. You look at we have some cloud cover now developing, but it's still fairly high, and it's not directly in the part of the stadium, although it's sort of closing in on us here, but hopefully the weather will stay away and the winds will just blow it away and allow us to complete this game. It's nicely poised. Not that it's going to affect the standings.
Yeah, because the standings combine All Stars in 3rd position, and Ebony, they are in 4th position on the table. And they're on 1 point, Ebony, after 3 games. This is their final game. So even with a victory, we'll just put them on 3 points. And a victory from combined All Stars could propel them with a good net run rate into 2nd position.
Yeah, you look at where the standings are right now, so it's important that both of these teams try to get some points. So if you get 2 points here, you're right back in the mix. And 4 in the dark. They all count. He was looking to play that through the offside, and still not convincing. Another full toss, but probably a little bit of inward movement took the under edge and ended up at fine leg.
Even if they're a victory here from Ebony, it's their final game. It's really Barataria ball players, Harvard Club and combined All Stars. They're fighting for that 2nd position. And in fact, they could even go one further, combined All Stars to the top of the table if Santa Cruz suffers a defeat from their next game against the Harvard Club. And of course, the Harvard Club has Brian Charles Lara in their lineup. Anything could happen.
Yeah, they need a win. They would need to win their last game and, hope that things work in their favor with some other scores. And a wide signal here, but this is what I was referencing. I just felt that they could have given Toppin just that one over, that 3rd over, and let him really,
particularly risking after that last ball he bowled that narrowly missed the outside off stump, and it was full length. So he was starting to target the stumps directly because of the lack of footwork from Seret in particular.
Yeah, maybe he needed to do a Keith Boyce, and I'll explain that for you in a little bit.
Oh no, that looked like a javelin.
Yep. He's going to have to do that again because it's a no ball in the end. And I was thinking about Keith Boyce. I remember one time the West Indies were playing, and a bowler bowled a short ball at Keith Boyce and struck him on the shoulder while he was batting. And Keith Boyce bowled for over 2 hours, non-stop. And when the batsman, the bowler, was coming into bat, that's a big hit. And but again, it's certainly that's the free hit, so it doesn't really count. But when the batsman was coming, they couldn't get the ball out of Keith Boyce's hand. This is after he bowled for like 2.5 hours straight. He held on to the ball and he wouldn't release it. So he just marked out his run. He just kept going. And Clive Lloyd said, well, what I can do, I can't do much about it. Just let him bowl. And he was just firing. And they say he was bowling faster then than he did with the new ball when he started his spell 2 hours prior, because he wanted to get at that particular bowler. And maybe Toppin should have done just grab the ball and stayed there, not give it up.
And I think he's not far away from that type of mentality is Toppin, because he always wants the bowl. He thinks he can get a wicket with his pace anytime. So we just might get an opportunity to see that in future games as he moves on to the higher level for Trinidad and Tobago.
And here he goes again. That's his kind of get out of jail shot. He's just going to swing from the stands there and collect his boundaries on the onside more than anywhere else. And another boundary going to Seret.
And that boundary just takes him over 100 strike rate. So despite the fact that he started off slowly, they continue him to gift him deliveries in his strong hitting zone. And now we, of course, coming very close, Ruskin, to neck and neck in terms of runs. 55 for 2 the combined All-Stars were at the end of their power play. And they're not far off here with one delivery to come.
Well, he knows where his as you say, where his bread is buttered, what his run scoring is. Well, there's a bakery there.
It's
so
buttered right there.
Yeah,
Home-style bakery.
Hit it there. And again, he's going there. This one bowls him. So again, once it was on the stump, and I've said that, once they could put it on the stumps, they will certainly have some success against them. And so it turned out to be one that was pitched up on the stumps, and it's money in the bank, so to speak. Seret has to go.
Yeah, that's a good dismissal there. A rarity, you have to say, Ruskin, because you've been calling for balls to be bowled on the wicket, and not just into the body in terms of wicket to wicket, but this one started outside the off stump and angled in, just clipped outside the off stump, and it was sufficient enough to dismiss Seret, who opened the batting with Babs, and you have to say it's a makeshift opening combination, and he's gone 16 off of 16 balls, so a good recovery from him in the power play in particular. And this man that comes out to bat, the first day I came to do the first game, Ruskin, this man was in the lineup. Well, he was in the squad, but not in the final 11, and getting an opportunity to see Ewart Nicholson bat, and I quite enjoy seeing him bat.
Well, that it is. 46 for 1 it is after 6.
This one? Hey, look, KFC has an incredible promo.
I already had that for lunch.
Crunch whoever isn't on board. Order KFC's Mega 6 bucket for only $115. KFC, it's finger licking good.
But welcome back. 46 for 1 it is after 6 overs, and as we're doing our own little comparisons, it was 55 for 2 at the end of their 6 overs. They combined All-Stars, and here they are, Ebony 46 for 1 after 6. And Ewart Nicholson has arrived at the crease.
At times he opens the batting, Nicholson. It's a very powerful hitter of the ball, particularly in the white ball format. Going to get his opportunity here now. They try to keep up with the combined All-Stars run rate. They try to erect their own skyscrapers.
Yeah, they need somebody to really, give them that little boost now. And he is the man with the experience that he has to do exactly that.
So Kareem Prince is into the attack, and long off, long on is making his way out on the boundary now. So change is still in the field. There's a deep extra cover. Ramguli is going out to third man, and there's a deep square leg. Short fine leg as well in the ring.
And that's a wide delivery. And again, he's trying to probably flick that from the offside through the onside. And when in truth and in fact, if it's so wide, hit it through the offside.
Yeah, and they're going to have to think about it as well, because this is pace on the ball, and Ramguli is out at third man. He's trying to power hit it, but if he looks to get across and dab it past wicketkeeper Hassan Ali, it could go very close to the boundary. Just has to get some bat onto it to force Rishi Ramguli to chase it around, the veteran fast bowler at third man.
Yeah, and what you want to do is to put off Prince by, trying to get some runs off of him early. Just pick him. You don't have to hit him hard, but you just want to pick him off as often as you possibly can. That's more like it. And you get it into the gap, and you settle for... Now he's happy with 1, and I don't understand that. Why is he happy with 1 run? Because that could so easily have been 2.
And you're right, Ruskin, because Nicholson is accustomed to a different level of cricket. He's eagerly looking for 2 there, always looking to pressure the fielder out in the deep, to prompt a misfield or so, particularly in this T20.
Don't overthink the game. It's 2 runs, take 2 runs, and you live to fight another day. Talking about living to fight another day, what is he doing on that roof in the background? And an easy single once again. to, I don't know if you saw the gentleman in the background. I don't know what he was trying to do on the roof, just in the background of the shot there. So I hope he isn't, well, it's not that hot, so the galvanized wouldn't be.
Is he trying to get a good vantage point to look at the cricket?
Well, his back was to the cricket, so that's why I was kind of puzzled as to what he was doing. And,
that's the shot.
Yep, that's the shot. Play the shot. You know, don't try to pull it from outside the off stump. You're putting yourself in danger there, because you could certainly miscue that, trying to get around it.
Yeah, and Bob just needs to dab down to third man, and Ramguli's out there. I'd fancy my chances trying to beat him on the boundary, and with the pace that Prince is offering, it's a possibility.
It's a nice gentle pace that you can work with, and certainly get him away, and you could score off of him almost off every delivery that he bowls. If you can't get a boundary, at least get a single.
Yeah, speaking of bakery, that was my bread and butter shop when I was entrusted at the top of the order. Get forward or back and just open the bat face and get it down to third man and rotate the strike.
And the goes aerial. This could be interesting here, and it's a late movement. Really, it took him an inordinately long time, Burke Sr., and to get off the mark, and as a result, he never got under it. He was close to it, but not close enough.
He just stood there waiting. I don't know if he thought it was going to come to him faster, but at the very last moment realized it was not going to get to him, charged in, and it landed in front of him, went through him and into the boundary for 4. Well, there's the man you're speaking about. Let's hope nothing goes through him either. Is he working on the guttering?
I'm not sure what he's doing. Something he's doing with the roof there.
He has a drill in his hand. Put him on some guttering or some flashing. Flashing outside the off stump. Gets bat onto it here. Nicholson gets another run.
Yeah, I don't think the Brent Lozama is going to be happy, with the fielders there, because they were just very lax in that over. At the end of it, 55 now for 1 after 7.
Another look at the worm. The blue worm is considerably now under the yellow one, the combined All-Stars. You can see the clump of wickets at the top, the back end of the innings for the combined All-Stars. And the 3 early wickets for the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club.
Yeah, because in their 7th over, they jumped from 55 to 74.
And it was that man, Roberts.
Yep.
Who was in the wars, came back out onto the field and was smacked around. 2 6s he conceded.
Yeah, so this is the period. Yeah, this is the period where they have to get a move on, and I would imagine Nicholson is probably going to be the main man. He's going to have to put his foot on the gas here and try to get his team moving quickly.
Well, to counter that, Amir Ali comes into the attack. It's going to be a tall order against this young man. 5 for 9 he had in his last opportunity out there. It was a hat-trick as well.
Yep, and did they win that game? They lost that game.
They lost
the game. Yeah. How could you get a fifer and a hat-trick and lose?
But we thought that they brought him back too late in the innings when the game was almost done and dusted. Came back to bowl in the death overs. Had he come back on, he bowled 2 overs up front. Had he come back on around the 13th, 14th over when they were still in the contest, could have made a huge difference.
Yeah, so let's see if he can continue his wicket-taking prowess and maybe this time help his team over the line. A little bit of a support there for him. He's bowling with his glasses. I'm trying to remember who was the last spinner we saw bowling with his glasses. Daniel Vittori. And
he's very much Vittori-like.
Yep.
And he was in a contest with his captain as well in that match, because he wanted to bowl into middle and leg stump, but the captain had the feel in the power play set outside the off stump, was asking him to bowl wide outside the off stump, so they weren't in much agreement.
And but he's come here now, and he's on a pretty good line. He's dropped on a good line and a good length so far. Now, does Nicholson keep playing him like that, or does he change things up a little bit? Good delivery again, just no swinging room just yet.
And Ali is the type of bowler, if you allow him to bowl at you, he can peg you down. You've got to try and take the initiative against him to have him thinking differently.
And that's nicely done. They might get a second here. It's going to be interesting, and you're going to get it too. That's excellent running there from Ewan Nicholson and Bob, because he would have played his part there. And you know, we were calling him out for not running the second run earlier, but he did appreciate the call from Nicholson and responded.
Yeah, you have to pick your fielders, and it was Rishi Ramguli who is in this game here. He was coming around from mid-wicket. He's pointing now at the man at backward square who was charging in, but Ramguli got to it first. So give them the opportunity to come back for two.
And again, but this time Ramguli is, he sends a quick well, the adrenaline is flowing, let's say that. So
well, he's a veteran in the side. Thought he could throw the stumps down. Almost struck the umpire as well. Lazama, the captain, was there to back it up.
That's well played, but there is cover out there in the long off region. And good quick return. There's nobody backing up the keeper though. And luckily he was able to keep that out.
Yeah, Lal, the man there. Always very enthusiastic, Christian Lal.
Was it a no ball that he produced there? Why is the umpire signaling a free hit?
Did you overstep? Yeah, no ball. Cardinal sin committed by the left-arm spinner. Bob is going to get the opportunity to go after it. This is going to be a Yorker speared into the ankles.
And well, he is appealing. Well, but if it was a
yeah, it's a free hit.
It was a free hit. So
the umpire is asking, "What are you appealing for?" We wasn't aware it was a free hit. I don't think.
Well, so but the over comes to the over. The over comes to an end, and it's 59 for 1 now after 8.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. What about the connection with you and your team members?
It's top priority for me to have that clear understanding of who my team members are and building connections with them to ensure that they carry out the vision of what we are trying to achieve as a team, realizing opportunities for both the clients and ourselves.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So back here, 59 for 1, 8 overs completed. And we're going to have Kareem Prince continuing here. And Nicholson has decided he's going to take up the charge this time. Doesn't really get it very far, but you've got a couple. Now he has to hurry, and Bob was a little bit late and lazily trying to get back for that second run. Almost got there too late.
It was a good throw from Lazama as well. Thought I saw him smiling as he was chasing it down, appreciating the contest. Very keen competitor is Brent Lazama. Was also a product of the Harvard Club in his earlier days.
Yep, and certainly at the youth level, he was right there, thereabouts. And this one is gone, an almighty swing.
And this is the kind of batting that Ewart Nicholson is capable of. Just spanked it down the ground. It disappeared into the clouds, over the fence, carried all the way over our cameraman Kadir Mohammed there at the northern end into the mango tree.
So KFC Maximum that might fetch a mango, but there are the dogs over there, so I don't know if anybody will venture into that yard or if there's anybody in the yard there at all to assist.
The third umpire is out, Andel Gay with the box of balls, and he might just want to stay handy if Nicholson gets going here. His first 6 of the innings. Have a look at this strike. Takes the batting up a notch. Ewart Nicholson.
Yeah, he saw Brent Lazama and Simmons do a number on his bowlers, so this is an opportunity now for him to repay the debt. What was interesting is when the ball sailed out to the ground, none of the fielders thought about going to get it back. They all just resigned to the fact that has gone for 6 and it will stay there.
Yeah, they said, we'll pick our own mangoes, thank you very much.
Nobody even ventured to go back there to see if they could retrieve the ball. They just said, okay, that's 6 and that's staying there.
Instead, they opted to have a campfire moment to consult what is going to be the strategy against Nicholson as he looks set to tee off here now. And he's going to be against Kareem Prince. No fielders out in the deep could prevent those type of massive hits. That was very, very far, Erskine.
Yeah, that was 6 on any ground, really. And in fact, in some grounds, it might be over the homes, the houses around the venue. It really was a massive hit, a full-blooded swing, a full free swing of the bat, and good contact.
You probably only get the real measurement of that type of shot if he does it from the other end. And the houses across the way.
Yeah, but then there's some vehicles. We already had one vehicle struck. And again, this time it goes a little bit to the right, and it almost took the scoreboard over on that far side.
This is the ability of the man. It's really a pleasure to see him out there in the middle. Missed out on the earlier games. But have a look at this ball striking. His very steady head. Keeps his eyes on the ball. A nice hand-eye coordination. And he picks his spot as well. That was further outside the off-stump. So he decided to go over extra cover. And this could be a very keen battle here. 73 for 1.
Another KFC maximum by Ewart Nicholson, back-to-back boundaries, so he races on to 23 now from 13, and they need a further 137 from 69 balls. Can we dream? And good cricket, very good cricket. And while all the fielders are probably on their back feet, leaning back there because expecting another big swing, he decides to push and run.
And at the same time, Akil Bab, he's on 24 off of 24. Now, he struck a couple boundaries and 3 fours, in fact, and 1 6, with both batsmen now with a strike rate of 100. But he'll have to be aware, if they are going to chase this total down, that you want to try and give more of the strike to Nicholson.
Trying to join the fun, but we'll get a single, so gets Nicholson back on strike.
Nicholson striking at 171.4, and the 2 openers, Bab and Serrett, were striking at 100.
So the nice cool conditions now. The sun has gone down here in Diego Martin, and so good conditions here. And nice cricket once again, and that is going to allow him to keep the strike. And at the end of 9 overs, it's 76 for 1.
That over just going for about 17 runs from Prince. 2 sixes down the ground by Ewart Nicholson. So have a look at the formula, the target. The summary scores 209 for 7 combined all-stars, 76 for 1. They're not too far behind, Ruskin, after 9 overs.
No, they're not, because they were 90 for 2 after 9, but they have some catching up to do. But we're seeing Ewart Nicholson getting into stride here, and if he gets 2, 3, 4 big overs, he could certainly turn things around for Ebony Sports. but they cannot afford to lose wickets now at this stage. This is the period where, apart from they've consolidated, now it's time to go and, just put the foot on the pedal and try to pick up some big overs here. But this is the man that they're going to rely on. And he goes again, and that's gone again. And there is a person in the road, and he may have to help out. Another KFC maximum.
I think it's actually gone into the property. So I'm not sure the man on the road, it cleared him. And have a look at where this lands, if you can pick it up. That's an almighty hit. There's another mango tree there in the distance. And this is why you just want to hand the strike, Bob, over to Nicholson, because this is the type of damage that he can do.
Somebody threw it back, somebody in the yard there. Happy that they didn't hit anything and damage anything, threw it back for them.
Yeah, good on you there. You'll be familiar in those houses, the cricket going on here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, and they'll just mark it on their calendar as well every year, just to come and sit out in the porch and retrieve the balls that come over the fence.
Yeah, and I hope he's that generous with the stewed chicken and the callaloo and the macaroni pie. And again, he's really dealing now, Nicholson. And he's going for it here, another maximum.
Yeah, our cameraman there, Dimitri Ramdani, he's right in the firing line, straight back down the ground. The Arsenal supporter, he'll be on a high, literally and figuratively, our cameraman. That draw against Manchester City today, but he's going to have to keep his eyes on the ball. There he is, there's his shot, not too far from him, Ruskin.
Yeah, he's probably thinking, what have I done to deserve this? And again, it's good cricket here. And really talk about manipulating things out there right now, and that's exactly what Nicholson is doing. He's unleashing power, but he's also showing good concentration as well.
Yeah, and it seems as though it's 2 sixes and a rotation of strikes so far, his modus operandi, but he'll be aware as well if it's in his hitting zone, and that is where that ball hit in the side screen.
Yeah, he's doing some damage. And again, they're just trying to pick the bowler apart here now. And milking him when they have to, and just bludgeoning a couple big ones when he permits them to. 90 now for one. 38 to Nicholson, who's back on strike. Bob is up to 26. And he's gone with him again, and he's out court. Or is he out LBW? I'm not sure. It goes LBW because the ball has gone past him. And this is the big wicket. Nicholson goes for 38 from 18, and it's 90 for 2.
Well, this is cricket at the highest level here. It's an excellent batter, and Amir Ali has words with Nicholson as he exits the field. Thought for a moment if there was a hint of an inside edge, but Amir Ali was in no doubt that he had struck him on the pad alone, and he gives Nicholson a bit of a sending off. And this is this is going to be a matchup that we're going to see for the next few years in Trinidad and Tobago cricket, this battle of Nicholson and the likes of Amir Ali, because this is a big six hitter, has the ability to go after the bowling, but when you have quality bowlers on display, they can just drag it back, and picked up the second wicket with the score 90 now.
Well, it's 9.5 overs, but I think the umpires are going to take the break here, and after the drinks break, and so at the halfway stage, 90 for 2 as they chase down 210 for a victory.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up on? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
Blue Water's posse identified. Somebody pass blue water. Somebody bring blue water. Somebody get blue water. And we ready now. When you feeling hard, take a blue water spray. Take a blue water spray. In your school or home, take a blue water spray. When the bus run out, take a blue water spray. Party posse water. Working posse water. School children they water. Blue water spray. The fitness posse water. The office posse water.
When you want to get the inside information, you go to the real source, the team members. Let's hear what they're saying.
One of the joys that I have is calling someone and telling them you have that approval.
We want to know our clients. The attention that we give the client feels that warmth.
We help you, the customer.
We are here to help you, achieve your dreams.
Clients succeeding, it has helped the bank to succeed.
Lots of great information here. And yes, GMMB is a real bank.
Welcome back here, and again it's Javon Charles who replaces Ewan Nicholson, who had to go for a very well played 38, a robust 38, and now it's 90 for 2 as we look to complete over number 10. I think they're asking the DJ to probably just cut the music. The DJ is probably enjoying himself.
DJ is having a time.
Yeah, but the umpire is not happy.
He's running out of time, the umpire, or running out of patience with the DJ as well. All is set to go. It's just one delivery to come in the Amir Ali over.
And I think he got his attention finally. So Javon Charles is the new batter. And immediately he's off the mark. Good stop, but couldn't prevent the single. And that will end over number 10. So after 10 overs, it's 91 for 2 now.
This is a good comeback here. Big wicket taken by Amir Ali after Nicholson was looking to take the challenge to the combined All-Stars team. So 2 overs from Abdul Rahim Toppin for 12. Burke Jr., 3 overs, 1 for 20. Lezama, 1 over for 10. Prince gone for a little bit of runs at the hands of Nicholson, but who's gone now 26 runs off of 2 overs. And Amir Ali picking up his first wicket. Struck for a couple sixes, conceding 19. And at the 10 over mark, you want to start looking at how you're going to set your bowlers up to finish off, who's going to bowl your last 3, and sometimes work backwards from that to ensure that your best bowlers are finished with their total allotment. Because so many times, Ruskin, we see the most economical, the most wicket-taking bowlers do not get to finish their quota of 4 overs.
Yeah, as a captain, you have to be aware, and it's not just the captain. That's why you have senior players in your squad. They too must be on top of and aware of all that is happening, especially with the utilization of their bowling resources. So you don't want to have a bowler who is either very economical, not bowling out his quota of overs, even if he's not taking wickets, but he could keep down the runs for you. And it's like having a Sunil Narayan and not bowling him out for
Precisely.
your 4 overs, And even if he doesn't take a wicket or take wickets, he's only going for 15, 20 runs when everybody else is going for 40 and 50. So he has to bowl out his quota of overs. And so it's just awareness and I suppose trying to give yourself whatever advantage you have, utilize whatever advantage you have. So here he comes. He's back into the swing of things now.
Raheem Toppin resuming down the leg side. So just what we were speaking about. And they're going to come through for, is it going to be an additional wide? Yeah, it's going to be 2 wides. The fumble by wicketkeeper Hassan Ali. Couldn't quite get it in the glove, slipping out of his grasp. He didn't take the glove off, which was part of the problem.
Yeah, and he was feeling for it. He was aware that there was a possibility that they would run, and he just seemed to take his eyes off of it repeatedly, and was just feeling like almost like he was in the dark there, feeling around.
You got to take the glove off. Toppin. Want to do better here from that delivery. Oh, it's a loud appeal. He's not even looking back, Toppin. He looks back. No, not out, says the umpire, and Toppin collapses to the ground. For the second time, he's not given the confirmation from the umpire for an LBW decision. Ruskin, what is this missing?
Well, the thing about it is that the umpire has made a decision. So as a bowler, you know you're not happy, but you can't. It might be going down leg. Let's see if it's angling in. And that too looked like it was going to clip leg stump, middle and leg. But the umpire was probably nonplussed. He seemed convinced in his mind that it wasn't going to hit anything. But once the umpire makes that decision, you could react to it, but you cannot overreact to it, so to speak.
Completely exasperated by that decision, young Toppin.
Yeah, because he has to pick himself up and come again.
Down the leg side, and this time the keeper knocks it down. It stays within his grasp, and another wide signal by umpire Jai Paul. Toppin, couple wide deliveries down the leg side just after the drinks break. Probably got the late call maybe that he was going to be back into the attack, but with the drinks break you think that they will discuss exactly that you're going to come back, loosen up.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. So as a cricketer, you cannot overreact, especially to the umpire's decision making. You have your work to do.
There's a better delivery here from Toppin. That searching Yorker, he was able to bowl in that first 2 overs. Ramguli races up to the young man now to have a word with him because he's just kicking the ball away. He's a bit disappointed that things are not going his way. So encouraging words from his teammates. Firstly from Ramguli.
Yeah, sure you want a wicket, but look at his figures. He's not for 15 he's in his 3rd over. Which isn't bad at all. So just keep plugging away. Just don't give up any runs. If you're not going to get a wicket, don't give away runs.
There he is now. It's a full delivery. He's just lost a bit of concentration here. Raheem Toppin as the batsman come through for a single. If he's going to go on to the higher level and look to play 4-day cricket, Ruskin, you're going to quickly have to learn that you're not going to get decisions going your way, and you have to get back to your mark and focus on the next ball.
Yeah, you can't react to the umpire. I always say that. Even as a batsman, sure you're disappointed, and but the law of averages suggests that you're going to get some going your way and others won't.
That's a good delivery here. It's a much better line and length from Toppin. That is what he wants to focus on. And Ruskin, we talk about it and we see it even at the international level and the regional level as well. That the senior players sometimes not setting the right example. We do see frustrated with both umpiring decisions and then their own disappointing performance as well. And we saw recently in the CPL players being fined, captains being fined for breach of code of conduct.
Well, there was a bit of light there, and the lights came on and threw the batsman off. And so the bowler was midway through his run, and Bab, when the lights came on, it kind of shocked Bab, so he pulled out of it. Probably too much light. And I don't think Toppin would have been too pleased.
He's having a very interesting over here. Coming back to Trinidad and Tobago under 19 captain, playing as a guest player today. And he's bowled him. And that is the delivery he's been searching for, and that is exactly what you're speaking about, Ruskin. You have a ball in your hand. Your best form of revenge is to come and take that wicket. And there's Rishi Ramguli telling him exactly that. He says, you focus on what you need to do and forget about everything else. Full length Yorker delivery, and what a sight it is for a fast bowler. That off stump out of the ground.
Yeah, bowled all over the place there, Bob. And he has been striving for this for some time, and he finally has his man. Timber.
The left leg not across to the line of delivery, beaten for pace as well, and started off as a wayward over and had a huge appeal for an LBW that was not given, and Toppin just taking the umpire out of the equation, doing it all on his own, knocking the off stump out of the ground. Bob goes for a good knock, 26. He had a couple boundaries early on against Toppin in his first over, striking 3 4s in all and 1 6. And a good knock from Akil Bab, who's now gone with the score 95 for 3.
Yeah, and that is what you want from your fast bowlers. In fact, that's what I was asking for him, to get one more over so he could zero in on Bab and at the time Seret. But it didn't happen then. But here he is coming back now and getting the job done. So kudos to him.
Yeah, and I can confirm you mentioned it, Ruskin. We saw him bowl one particular delivery to Seret before he was withdrawn from the attack. And it was exactly that type of delivery, but for about 5 millimeters closer, and the off stump out of the ground. And this is exactly what the discussions would have been from Brent Lezama and team at the drinks interval. And we were speaking about it, knowing when to bowl your bowlers in these last 10 overs and trying to calculate from the 17th over on to know who you're going to bowl, how much overs they're going to have, and if you can use them in this interim between the 11th and the 14th and 15th over. So they brought Toppin back to do exactly what he has done and pick up a wicket.
Now he's striving for more as Coburn is at the crease.
It's gone between bat and pad. He's searching for that off stump. Again, Dwayne Cockburn, the wicket keeper, coming into bat now, having to face the music. Well, the music went off. Toppin steamed in, went past his off stump, but Bob wasn't so fortunate, knocking his off stump out of the ground. 11 overs gone. 96 for 3. Goes.
Yeah, and this is the what we call the stall in the innings that they didn't want. Because once Nicholson departed, the whole tempo has dropped, and now not only has it dropped, you have now lost Bab, who was a set batsman, and you wanted him to stick around for a little while yet. And again, that is kind of like the thinking that you want to see from your players. Bab has to think in his mind, I cannot get out now, so I have to play a particular way, and unless I'm absolutely certain I'm not going looking for to score, I have to be able to manipulate the bowling until the batsmen at the other end kind of get into the groove, and then we'll figure out how we're going to go forward from here. But now 2 new batsmen at the crease.
Amir Ali comes in as the music quells down off the inside edge. The man out there to face the music now, Javon Charles, just 4 deliveries now he's faced for his 2, and Dwayne Cockburn, just the 1 delivery he faced. And that Abdul Rahim Toppin over, Ruskin, you had 2 deliveries to face out in the over, and the conversation should have been just to see the over out.
Yep.
Ali opening the face is Charles. He's going to get a quick single here, and that's a wide throw from Christian Lal. Pass, we can keep passing Ali, not doing him any favors. It seems as though he's skidding the turf as well.
I am convinced that there's no mango in these neighborhoods, man.
They need a Keyshawn Walker to show them how to throw that javelin.
For some reason, the aim is off badly. Like I said, you're pelting mango in your yard, but you're picking in the neighbor's yard.
They've got to model it after Keyshawn Walcott. Get that left arm high, pointing to where you want to throw it.
It's like a recurrent theme. These guys, you're convinced that they just buy mangoes. They don't pick mangoes.
20 for 4 on the side of the road.
There you go. But they're none on the trees. That's why it is.
Yeah, they're in the market.
Nothing for them to aim at.
Long ago, we used to climb the mango tree, sit in the mango tree and make the chow. It was our tree house.
And those days you're using bird pepper.
Bird pepper from the bird pepper tree in the front yard. 3 wickets down here, 97 on the board. They're searching for another quick single. Lal is there. He's going to... No, he doesn't pick it up. You know that ball in Lal Sant, he's going to have a shy, especially with back up there. They get a quick single, 98 for 3.
Yeah, look at how many mango trees they have there, but no mangoes. No wonder why the fielders have nothing to aim at or no practice in aiming at the stumps.
He's playing off the back foot, off the inside edge, down to backward square. Almost breaching the defenses of Charles. Yeah, his hands folded. Amir Ali just smiling and giggling. The umpire is having a chuckle as well. 99 for 3, 12 overs gone.
Having that family lime at home, that cookout by the river, or you're just feeling to bubble up pot? Then Cans Poultry and Meats Limited has got you covered for all your meaty needs. Whether it be chicken, beef, steak, lamb, or even seafood, check Cans. They even have seasoning and condiments to complement your dish. So if you're looking for top quality meats at prices that wouldn't bust your pocket, then come on in to Cans today at any of their convenient locations.
Cans Poultry. There's one located not too far from me on that Rodney Road in Shogunus in Endeavour. Get all my meats from Cans Poultry. Well seasoned, already cleaned, and looking to do a cleaning up job here. Brent Lizama and company, 99 for 3 and 12 overs gone. They were getting close, they were keeping up with the run rate, but now it's starting to just separate. As Toppin is going to bowl out now here. Ruskin, he's going to finish off.
Yeah, you might as well give him a chance to pull the choke here now and just let it rip. You know, as a fast bowler, you relish these opportunities. All you're concentrating on is to rev it up here now and put fear in the batsman.
He's searching for another Yorker. Full toss. And it's clipped away for 4. Wasn't quite sure how much bat he got onto it, but with the pace of Toppin, it was sufficient. Beating the man at... It's Simmons down there at fine leg and Lal at square leg on the boundary, but it bisected them perfectly.
Yeah, never had a chance there. That's a badly lined delivery. Plus, it was a full toss, so he had everything in his favor. And all he had to do was make contact and reap the rewards. Toppin just has to be, like I said, mindful. He knows what he wants to do. The delivery that got him the wicket, that's what he must be thinking. How do I repeat this here now and put pressure on the batsman to try to negotiate it?
A quick field change as a man races into extra cover, Ramguli. And it's another Yorker, another appeal from Lizama and the bowler. It's a half shot from Toppin. And just waiting for the umpire. Yeah, it did sound a bit woody. And bat onto pad.
You look at it again, and it looks like it's... I'm not sure if he got the bat down there in time, but it certainly hit the pad and went to third man, although he was trying to play it on the onside. It ended there, but he needs to probably start outside the off stump, and let's see how he plays out there. And he's too much into the pads because he's trying to hit the pads, but aim for the off stump and see what happens.
He's looking for Yorkers and he's striving for that extra bit of pace and might just be falling over a little bit, Ruskin, and pushing it down the leg side. It's a good look at Mr. Gregory Wales.
Yeah, some of the North Zone officials making sure that the youths have an opportunity to play the sport of cricket, and not just the boys, the girls as well. And that's more like the line that you want to see and bowl at. Let them... because I'm not sure they could come onto the front foot and drive him as comfortably as they are just kind of standing in the crease and just turning the bat and getting deflections down to fine leg.
Yeah, sure. Good shot of Miss Jolene Wheeler as well. She's been making the announcements for all the matches here in this North Zone T20 Festival.
Is she like the secretary or something in the zone?
Viveka Guerra.
Viveka Guerra is the secretary.
And the lady with the microphone, Jolene Wheeler. Toppin. 2 deliveries to finish his quarter. Yeah, it's another good pitched up delivery. You're calling for it, Ruskin, on the line of the off stump. Doesn't get through, and Charles gets a run down to long on. 106 for 3.
And as a youth team bowler, as a national youth bowler, and even as a captain, this is what you want to see him sort out in his own mind. Where he should be bowling and how he could put some of these batsmen into problems.
Here he is now again, and it's a good delivery, dragging the length back and having Cockburn in a bit of a tangle. Cockburn not sure when was the last thing he might have faced bowling of that pace. The pace of Toppin as his 4 overs comes to an end. That will be it in terms of bowling for Abdul Rahim Toppin. And 1 for 23 he has as he finishes off his spell. And we have another look, and then not enough skyscrapers in these middle overs, between overs 10 and 14 in particular, and losing a wicket as well there, Ruskin.
Yeah, they don't have enough of these, like between 9 and 10, the towers are not, they're just not there, because you look at what happened earlier with the combined all-stars, how they had a lot of high rises there, and it's like one Woodbrook Place over and over and over again, and unfortunately they have like flat houses.
Yeah, Ebony and Sports and Cultural Club seem to have lost their buzz out there in the middle.
Yeah, once Nicholson departed, things just kind of went quiet.
And Ruskin, this goes to the point we were discussing as well. Amir Ali has bowled 3 overs, and you were saying it as well. You want to go in for the kill and give them the ball in hand, your main bowlers. So he's been withdrawn from the attack with just 1 over left in his spell. And if you get another breakthrough here, rather than trying to save him for the back end, but it's going to be a bowling change.
Yeah, Adrian Book Senior.
We'll see how the over goes, but at times when wickets fall, you tend to see captains sometimes take their foot off the gas rather than step on it. Book Senior might just pick up a wicket here as well as he bowls to Charles. He's on the back foot. Lazama himself does the fielding. There is a deep square leg, deep mid-wicket, long off, long on, and deep cover for the bowling of Book Senior.
No, all he has to do is, again, just don't try to do too much with the ball. And in fact, he's not getting much turn, and because you're not getting much purchase of the wicket. And but you have your outriders. They could kind of control or contain things for you. So just put it on a good length, just short of a good length. Let them try to invent shots.
Yeah, conversely, these 2 batters have to see this as an opportunity to get some quick runs, try to get them back into the equation. Charles on 11, he tries to do exactly that, hoists it down the ground, and Toppin takes a very comfortable catch, coming in about 10 yards off the long off boundary. And Charles, who was trying to accelerate, he was looking to put his foot down on the accelerator with his score on 11 off of 11. But this is a failure to launch here, and an easy catch for Toppin as the 4th wicket now goes down. More inroads being made here by the combined all-stars.
Yeah, this is this is what you don't want as a batting unit. You don't just want a batsman to just, as you say, jump down the wicket and give his hand away like that, because it has to be about a more focused and a more concentrated effort to do what you could just throw the bat and then you just walk out. Your job is done, but your job isn't done, because the rest of the team is really asking you to show some fight and to do some of the things that maybe needed to be done in order for your team to have a chance to get these runs. They were going along quite nicely, they were right within striking distance, but now it's like the bottom is falling out of their batting, and it's neither here nor there. But Lucario is coming to the wicket now.
Yeah, this is a man who's certainly going to give his all. You're going to see him run the runs hard. You're going to see him advance down the track trying to throw the bowler off. And I like this kind of player in my team. He's going to give you 100% effort every time. And they're certainly going to need it here, the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. Dwayne Cockburn at the opposite end on 3 of 7 deliveries.
You keep calling him as Cockburn the way it's spelled, but I think he pronounces it as Coburn. So, like how you have the actor George, so he's Dwayne Coburn.
And funny enough, I actually played a few games, both with him and against him, in the Fet Match circuit.
Yeah, I think he's Coburn. He likes to be called Coburn. Oh dear, he's just blazing away now. He's come to play shots.
And the very first delivery faces as well. I just want to take a couple deliveries just to get the piece of the wicket, get his eye in this feeding light here. The artificial lights are on.
Not important. He's just here to blaze away.
Well, there is a first slip in place as well, in that of Frank Simmons. Backward point, extra cover, mid-wicket and square leg in the ring. For the third time, he plays and misses outside the Austin. 14 overs, done and dusted, and 108 for 4.
Truth be told, here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. It seems to me there's a power in listening. It seems like that is a part of the mandate.
Of course. We need to listen to our clients. We need to hear what they need. We need to hear that they are satisfied, they are loved, they are feeling that JMMB culture.
JMMB.
It's banking for real.
So 108 for 4 as we welcome you back here. 14 overs completed, and really a tough period here for the Ebony batsmen, because in their last game they really stalled and limped to 108 for 2. Now they still have another 6 overs. They already got to 108, but to get to where they want to go, it's going to take an almost draconian, fantastic, explosive piece of batting, and the workman continues to do his work on the roof in the background, oblivious to the cricket that is going on behind him.
Continues to put on the flash in the door repair job to the roof as Adrian Book Jr. comes back into the attack. Lucario, the new man out there,
there he
is.
is.
Just sitting, he's perched on the wall. Drill on the roof.
It's like cricket is like the last thing on his mind.
Burke is in. There's the dab we were calling for earlier. Chase is on, but throw comes in. They come back for 2. And this is one thing you will definitely see with this pair out in the middle. Quick running. They're going to take risky singles and they're going to look to push the field to come back for 2 each and every time.
Yeah, and again, even though the game might have, kind of been drifting away from them, you still want to see them do some of the basics of the game. And if running between the wickets is what it's going to take, then that's what you got to do.
Onto the pad, ricochets to Ali. Coming around from point and just a single. Leg by, signal by umpire Jaipur.
He's going across the line of the ball there as opposed to trying to hit it back past the bowler. Now the angle that he takes could be a little bit deceiving as well, because he kind of bowls some over his head and the ball is pushed towards the leg stump. And so he has to be mindful of that. Plus, he delivers the ball similar to what Bumrah does. He delivers the ball well in front of him. As opposed to most bowlers who's going to deliver it like right over their heads. He kind of holds on to it and then delivers it in front. So it's a shorter distance that it travels to the batsman. So it could be deceptive. He doesn't have the pace that Bumrah has, because Bumrah snaps and comes over that brace front leg very nicely.
1-1-1 for 4. Pushed in, gets off the Nelson. Stopping does the fielding at cover. Boomer, there's that double jointed as well, allows him to get that additional whip with his action. But we haven't seen Burke Jr. get close to the stumps. He's always bowling from a bit wide or off of center between the return crease and that stump. He doesn't quite get close to the stump to create a different line, and then he doesn't have to fall over to push it into the pad.
And, but that's not a bad line. I'm not disappointed with that line because he's starting it just outside the off stump and is coming in. Now, if he could develop the technique to straighten one from that very angle, and that makes him a dangerous bowler because most of the batsmen will be going with the tide, trying to play slightly inside the line to accommodate the inward movement. But if he could straighten it, then he could hit the edge quite often, or they might miss, and he could hit the stump on the way through.
Right of the stump again. Lucario is hitting it down over the head of Lal at long off. Lal, who was measuring it up, thought he was in with a chance and a KFC maximum to Lucario, and this is what he can do as well.
Yeah, again, a batsman who understands the angle very well because he knows he's carrying it across him. So he plays it almost with a horizontal bat, and he got under it and lifted it over the fence at long off, wide long off.
A very wide open stance from Lucario. This time it's a tighter line. Doesn't have the room, but still manages to get it down to Campbell, who is tempting the batsman to go for another run as he skips in with the ball past the 30-yard ring, and now he's going to have to race back. Or no, he's going to stay in the ring for Coburn, who comes on strike now. At 15 overs gone, 120 for 4. So Lucario will retain the strike, and almost required run rate of 18 runs per over.
Yeah, again, it has to be said, they've really lost their way here now. And of course, credit to the bowlers for doing that to them. But Ebony would have to look at it and understand areas where they could do things a little bit differently to get a better outcome for themselves. And these are some of the areas where they have to, first of all, they bowl too many full tosses, too many loose deliveries, and as a result, they're chasing this mammoth total of 210. It was 209 for 7 from their 20 overs. So that's the first area that they have to look at. How can they tighten up those areas and not concede that many runs? And then now with the bat, how do you now give yourself a chance to chase a target like that? Even if you don't reach it, but try to get close to it and show the kind of resolve that is required. And they're not there yet.
They're going to have to take the Lions approach now and go after everything. Coburn and Lucario, they certainly need quick runs in a hurry. 89 required of 29, and that's a peach of a delivery from Brooke Sr.
Yeah, he almost yoked himself there, Coburn, coming down and trying to walk forward, and then have to drop the bat in it.
Drags down the length. Can't put it away.
He saw him coming. And that could be dangerous. That second run, if he hurries, eventually they got it. But again, the return is not a powerful one, or not powerful enough.
And this pair, they're going to look to exploit any weaknesses in the fielding out in the deep. They're going to put pressure on that first single, and then they're going to try to come back quickly, turn and come back quickly for the second run as they did just then. Wide outside the off stump and hammered out to cover. Protection is there. A bit of a fumble. Didn't quite get it in his grasp, but the long barrier ensured that it was in front of him, and the recovery was quick. Just a single.
And that's good cricket. It's a single. Leave it as a single. You could see some of the fans just looking on and probably disappointed with what the Ebony batsmen are doing. They're not able to really carry on. This might cause them bring a few smiles.
There's the youngster out on the deep, just challenging the field. Lucario gets another boundary. It's straight down the ground. Amir Ali is out there, and it's to his strong side, his left hand. And he gets down. He's get a hand on it. No, it just hits the boundary rope, beat him to the boundary. Amir Ali, and it had to be timed well and with enough pace and power to beat young Ali out there, and he did that. 128 for 4, 1 to come in the 16th. And it's a faster delivery that he drags down and gets some bounce as well that beats the outside edge of Lucario. He stays on 13, Coburn on 9, 128 for 4, 16 overs gone.
1 for 10.
Here at GMMB, love is the currency. And let's show you how we are able to transfer that energy into real conversations. How important is it for the client to be recognized and not to feel invisible, to feel like just a number?
At GMMB, everybody is seen as an ideal, important client. And we give everybody the same level of respect, the same level of acknowledgement, and we deal with you to suit based on that vision of love.
GMMB.
It's banking for real.
Welcome back to coverage here. This encounter between the combined All-Stars, who have a game in hand, but it's the final game for the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. They're at the bottom of the table. And a lot of work to do here if they are going to be victorious. 82 required off of 24. And it's the veteran Rishi Ramguli who is going to come into the attack. He used to open the bowling for the Comets team and went into the Comets reserve team. And he used to bowl some good, quick, bouncy outswingers, but he's going to bowl some off-spin here.
Yeah, he got smart. As he got older, he got smarter.
With age comes wisdom.
He said this fast bowling thing not working.
Listen to Coburn. Oh, it's badly lined down the leg side. He's going to get 5 wides now. Not the start you want. You certainly don't want to gift runs. The required run rate over 20. And anything that this pair gets is going to be a gift.
And this is what you want to see. You know, just bat. When you get to the wicket, you must enjoy your batting, but you must also try to make runs. And since this is a T20 game, you try to get them as quickly as you possibly can. But you must play good, sensible cricket.
Ramgili's going to try again to bowl his first delivery. That looked like a leg break, an attempt at a leg break. And Lucario is asking umpire Jaipal, wasn't that a wide? And it's very close to the guideline.
You're very generous with your description. It's a leg break. It has a leg break action.
Give points for the attempt. And this one is down the leg side, a bit faster. And I think he got some bat onto that. Lazama does the fielding. Just wait for the umpire's signal, and there is none. So runs.
He got a little underedge. You take that. Thank you, Arms.
So already 6 runs in the over, in the Ramguli over.
And again, it's so good to see some of these senior players still finding the motivation and the energy to want to still play. Obviously, they can't do all the things that they were once capable of on the cricket field, but there might be some things that they feel. Plus, their presence, it helps with discipline. It helps with nurturing the younger players. It also allows them, but you have to. It tells them that, look, you have to show up every time. Whether it's the practice, you perform at a certain level at practice because it's what you're going to do in the games.
Tugged into the onside from Lucario. It's going to land in front, and it's going to... Well, I'll leave that up to you to describe, Ruskin.
Well, he didn't. They're going to go for the run. They could be run out here, but he was able to... The thing about it is that it's almost like he didn't see the ball. He wasn't sure it was coming his way. And then by the time he realized that it was on, he overran it and then he didn't want it to go for a 4, so he thought it was going to go past him. And then the ball just seemed to die right in front of him there. So the dive was almost in vain
And Ramguli's having none of it. He's changing him immediately.
Yeah, he's saying, you're costing me runs.
It seemed to land and a little bit of spin onto it and stuck in the ground as well. And Prince overran it. So young Christian Lal is, because it's an area that Locario is looking to score often, he puts one of their best fielders out there, Lal. And Ramguli pushes it outside the stump as Locario tries to outfox the old fox with some dancing foot movement.
Yeah. Because now he's picking up the challenge against the experience, you know. So he's saying, all right, to see you feel your experience, watch this.
It's a mixed bag here from Ramguli. You're not quite sure what he's going to deliver next. It's an off spinner. Chipped down the ground and the fielder out in the deep at long off. It trickles toward him. Just a single.
Yeah, but again, it's good to see that the youngsters trying to get at the old man, and he's trying to outfox them. Who will win this battle? This is a battle within a battle.
Ramguli's going to have to fight for another over here, and the best way to do it is to pick up a wicket.
Pick a wicket or two.
He's gone for 9.
And I told you he should do a Keith Boyce, you know, when the last ball of the next over.
Just takes the ball.
Just take the ball.
No, he's sending Frank Simmons, the other veteran in the team, to deep mid-wicket.
Give him some work.
It's a good shot. It goes inside out, and there's Lal. Fumbles it in the outfield. The throw goes to the keeper, but they come back for 2. 11 from the Ramguli over. 138 for 4, 17 overs gone.
And again, you know, they're pushing on, and there you see the scorecard of this innings. 26 at the top to Babs, 16 to Serrett, 38 to Nicholson. They were the principal scorers so far, 11 to Charles. But look at it, Coburn is on 12 and Locario is on 16. So everybody has gotten into double figures. You know, the problem is when Nicholson got out, the innings kind of dipped. They lost momentum, and now they're trying to regain it here. But it's going to require some big hitting, and that also invites, loss of wickets.
Yeah, the momentum plummeted with the fall of that Nicholson wicket. Locario is out there, 16 off of 12. This looks like Burke Senior with the ball. He's going to come in for his 3rd over. Hammered out. Amir has work to do, and he's not going to get around from long off. It goes into the boundary for 4. So Locario continues to fight on here in the cause of the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. He goes on to 20 with that boundary. 143 for 4 as we start the 18th over.
That was a good shot. That was an excellent shot. He placed it as well. And look at the man. He thought he had a chance getting around there, and then the ball just kept racing across the turf ahead of him into the boundary. And that's 4 good looking. So I'm glad I'm seeing now some enterprise, but it's not just slugging and trying to hit sixes and then you get out. They're actually trying to get boundaries and keep the innings going.
Adjustment to the field, and he cuts it square now, and it goes behind point. There's no one out there. Now they were focused on Amir Ali, moved him to his right because he was beaten to his right, the left-hander. And they didn't pay attention to the man sweeping a deep extra cover. So he's never going to get around there because it was hit behind point. And now they're going to drop Campbell out onto the boundary. So a moment there, Ruskin, they only had 3 fielders in the deep.
Well, this is the batsman manipulating the field here. And the captain now is in a quandary. I put the fielder here, he went over on this side. I put one there, he went the other way now. And he plugged that gap. Let's see where he goes.
Carry on 24 and caught in 2 minds there because he was pulling away and trying to play a pull shot, but the bat seemed to come down in the angle that he was to cut the ball, and it was neither. And luckily he didn't play it on. He just played it down onto his boot.
Yeah, so at least they're still competing here. It may be a mute case, but at least you're seeing them fight right down to the very end, as opposed to what transpired in their last game when they really didn't show any real enterprise at all. They just couldn't get the ball off the square.
And this time he's whipping it into the onside. And Burke Jr. is out there. The throw goes to Burke Senior, the Dodge Strikers. And I think part of the problem there, as well as the field changes over now, was that Lal was moved from the onside in the last over and replaced the fielder for the Ramguli over on the offside. But he wasn't aware of exactly where he needed to be for the start of this over, hence created a huge gap between Ramguli and Simmons at first slip. Ramguli is at extra cover. This one pulled into the onside, and there is Lal, and it's down at his bootlaces. And he prevents a boundary, couldn't get to the catch, and limits them to a single. It's very dynamic in the field, Christian Lal.
Yeah, that's excellent work out there again. And that's the thing, that should be a cue for the batsmen. If the fielders are going to still be putting in effort to deny you, then as a batsman, you want to be putting pressure on them all the time. And try and see how many more runs you can get. Look at them, both of them are into double figures. One is 25, one is 13. And
Ramguli's going to take the catch now. A top edge from Lucario. And just as the score was approaching 150, 149 for 4 becomes 149 for 5 with the fall of the enterprising Lucario, who was looking to get things going, to try and get as close as possible, but not getting the purchase that he wanted with that shot. And Ruskin, again, it seems as though he's pulling away but trying to play a cut shot. Caught in two minds, and he's out caught now. And another wicket falls.
Yeah, he's trying to slap it on the front foot. He was neither back nor forward, and he was just trying to crack it. But Burke picks another pepper, and it's 149 for 5 now.
And that is the pressure. I'd give some credit there to Christian Lal as well, because he limited them to a single. It should have been a ball that Coburn could have pulled away for 4, but Lal did well in the outfield, limited them to a single, and forcing Lucario again to try and go over Ramguli at extra cover. Couldn't manage it, and he lost his wicket. Dominic Redhead, the man, the opening bowler, who comes out to the middle now to join Coburn, who's on 13. And 18 overs gone, 149 for 5. 61 needed, and just 2 overs to go. And this is the conversation now Simmons, Ali, and Lezama is having, because we were talking about who's going to bowl your final 3 overs, and you had to look at the calculation. Lezama's only bowled 1, so he's certainly an option. But Amir Ali has bowled just the 3 overs. So is it that you're going to give Ali to bowl the final over of the innings? So you kept him for an over inside. And that's what that conversation would have been about, because Lezama seems reluctant. He doesn't want to bowl. And neither does Simmons. He's not bowled in the tournament. I don't think he's bowled an over in the tournament. But certainly Amir Ali, you want to bowl him out.
Yeah, let him, because you must be thinking, you know, how do I get into the semi-finals, or you know, if I still have a chance, and but the only way you could do that is to, you know, get a victory here and then see what happens elsewhere.
Well, they're toying with them now because the opening batsman, Ray Campbell, has the ball in his hands. That was the final decision made in that consultation.
Give him a bly.
So Ramguli gets an over for 11. Campbell is going to get an over here. Lezama also just a 1 over from him. So they're saving themselves for the later game. They're going to have a big clash coming up in their final game. The combined All-Stars. They will be taking on the Barataria ball players in another must-win game.
Yep, and this is what, that's why it's so important for you to play good cricket, because you want to develop good habits.
Here comes Campbell. This one is cut away, and it's in the air. And Amir Ali, you cannot keep him out of the game. That's an outstanding catch at backward point. It was to his strong side, his left hand, but that did take some catching. Have a look at the full-blooded cut shot here. And a diving away. What an excellent catch. Another wicket falls, and Campbell takes a wicket.
Yep, and he's probably saying, what took you all so long to put me on? And nice one. And now they now have the impetus to try to maybe see if they could bowl them out here, because everybody who's coming now is probably thinking, I'm just going to have a swing.
Well, Lazama would tell you, I kept my secret weapon. He played him as an opening batsman, but his weapon is to come in and bowl the 19th over of the innings and picks up a wicket. Because Lazama himself was speaking about how close it is and must-win games for the three clubs, Santa Cruz, Barataria Ball players and the Harvard club, that they have to compete for that second and first spot. So it's going to come down. It might even come down to net run rate for the second spot. So you certainly want to get wickets because it keeps the run rate down, Ruskin.
And that's the thing, and that's what I'm saying. Hence the reason why you thought they would have bowled out Ali and see if he can get all 10 wickets. Because you just don't know what is going to happen going forward. So it's every opportunity that you have that you want to take. So it's really that. Elton Davis is making his way out.
And I'll give you the net run rates, the combined all-stars, minus 0.63. The Harvard club, minus 1.17. And Barataria Ball players, 1.60. So if they do get a win here, and
where they are with points, in terms of points,
Barataria Ball players are on 3. A win here would take the combined all-stars up to 4. And they have a game in hand, and the Barataria Ball players have a game in hand. So if they get a win in their last game, they will go to 7 points. So it takes them out of the net run rate.
And they're playing Barataria Ball players.
And they're playing them, yeah.
So but Harvard could be the spoilers here.
Yeah, because they take on Santa Cruz. Yep. So it's all to play for in these final 3 games. Join us during the week for coverage. Campbell out appeal for LBW. And another wicket, the main weapon for the combined all-stars, picks up another wicket, and he is going to be on a hat-trick. What are we talking about, Ruskin, here? This is the man to have been bowling all along. 149 now for 7.
Well, there's the man with the sweet arm, and he's come on here now and is really a nice, juicy, full delivery right on the pads, but he missed it completely. And Elton Davis has to make that long walk back, and not having faced just the one delivery, and is out for a first ball duck.
So he's going to be on a hat-trick here, Ray Campbell. And we've seen so many full tosses, Ruskin, but this one gets a wicket.
Yeah, we saw one earlier. Remember the one hit the mid-off that resulted in the Ray Campbell. In fact, that he was out with the full toss. Remember, he was the one who hit it straight down Bob's throat at mid-off.
It's a perfect revenge.
Yep. So he said, hey, this full toss thing is working.
It's working. So what are we going to see for this hat-trick? The new batsman is Isaac Foster. Both batsmen now on no score, having not faced the delivery. Dominic Redhead. And 149 for 7. And some more drama at the end of this game. So we approach 6 o'clock here at the Diego Martin Sports Complex, a game that started at 2. So just looking to see, Frank Simmons seems to be in first slip with all his theatrics and mannerisms. There's a second slip being employed. It looks like Adrian Burke, senior. The batsmen have a consultation. There's a fine leg going in. So they've also put a gully in place. Looks like Lazama is in gully. So 2 slips and a gully Ruskin for the 19th over.
Well, and the man who is bowling is just a whisker above spin. But they do have 2 slips and a gully. And when you consider Toppin didn't have that.
Toppin also had 2 strong LBW shouts against umpire Jaipal, and this a shout for LBW from Campbell. He hasn't given too many LBWs, umpire Jaipal, but answered in the affirmative and presents Ray Campbell with the opportunity for a hat-trick. There's a man in close on the onside as well, Toppin. And
just kept it out.
Perfectly played by Foster. Now, are they going to keep the fielders in this position, Ruskin?
Yeah, they might as well. Yeah, they might as well. And in fact, I'm surprised they even have a fine leg. They could bring him up to a short fine leg.
Leg slip position.
And keep the pressure on.
Ramguli comes in close at a short extra cover. So either side in front of the bat, they are close catchers. Confidently stroked out to get off the mark, Foster.
Yeah, Foster, you're just spoiling Campbell's figures.
So very interesting, Ruskin. We
2 for 1.
We saw another man bowl. Kern Buddy, was it the 19th over he bowled? Picked
Got
up
two
two wickets for no runs. Double wicket maiden. Campbell now with that single can't get the double wicket maiden, but he still has deliveries, can pick up another wicket.
Yep.
It's a funny old game, this cricket.
Yeah, the ones you least expect sometimes are the ones that do the most damage.
He's playing 2 shots there in one is Redhead. He was looking to pull away and pull it, then decided it was too slow, tried to cut it, and now he's rehearsing a cover drive. And none of them were effective. 150 comes up with that single.
Yeah, at least he's showing that he has it in his repertoire, is how can he execute it with the ball in play.
And he's trying to tug it into the onside. So it's going to be 3 wickets for Ray Campbell. 1 run. Brett Lizama is absolutely ecstatic because no one would have guessed. There was a long conversation for the start of this over between himself and Simmons who would bowl this particular over. Campbell put his hand up, and as you said, if he had the opportunity to get another over, you couldn't get the ball out of his hand.
3
Why would you?
wickets, yeah. 3 wickets in the over.
And the top of leg stump angled into advancing. The batsman advancing down the track, Redhead. He's out bowled.
Yep. He didn't get a hat trick, but he got 3 wickets in the over. He has 3 wickets for 1 run.
And a game changer if I ever saw one. So the response from the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club to that total of 200. Yeah, 150 for 8 they are now. And the combined All-Stars, they posted 209 for 7. And 60 off of 6 is an insurmountable total. Trace Serrett got 16. Akil Bab 26. Ewart Nicholson threatened with 38 off of 19. Javon Charles for 11. Corbin for 13. Lucario for 25. Was a good knock from him off of 17. Redhead no score. Elton Davis no score. Foster on 1. So it's going to be Christian Lal, the fast medium bowler, wicket keeper / opening batsman, who's going to bowl the final over of the innings.
Certainly, they're trying to probably try to finish it up here. So they need him to get 2 wickets in this over. Will Foster and Buddy play him out?
And what is going to be very significant as well, and the bowlers and the captain want to keep an eye on it, the net run rate. They have to try and match up Barataria ball players who are on the positive side 1.6 with their net run rate as they finish this game off and looking to go and play that final match against the Barataria ball players. Chipped in the air, and it's a cotton ball off of the shoulder of the bat. The batsman is asking Foster if it's over the height of the waist. There's no signal from the square leg umpire, and he's going to have to go, and Lal takes a wicket.
So Foster goes for 1.
And he advanced into it, and the umpire would have taken that into consideration because it was a full toss. Lal glanced over to the umpire as well, and this will give us a better judge. And the ball was dipping as well. And the spoon the catch back to Christian Lal, who has 1 ball.
So isn't that they're like
yeah,
a
because
wicket?
I think Kadeem Roberts, he was icing his leg, and he's on the boundary edge with his slipper on and his leg strapped up. So he is not, he's actually struck on the shin. We thought it was the ankle. And he's not going to make his way out to bat. So 9 wickets was all that it will be. 150 runs on the board for the Ebony Sports and Cultural Club. This will finish off their tournament, and they will sit at the bottom of the table in Group A. This is their final game. Last rounds of games to come up. Santa Cruz versus the Harvard Club and the Barataria Ball players will take on this combined All-Stars team, who would certainly be going into that game with a high, posting 200 and now bowling out Ebony Sports and Cultural Club for 150, Ruskin.
Yeah, and a big victory for them by 59 runs in the end, and a thoroughly deserved victory for the All-Stars. And there you see it, 150 for 9. And congratulations again to the combined All-Stars. So they did what they were supposed to do. And now they might need a little help from their friends, but that's beside the point. You could only control what you could control. And kudos to them. They got the job done here today in impressive fashion.
Yeah, going into that last game, combined All-Stars as well as the Barataria Ball players, both teams will be looking for a win. And just throwing the Harvard club against Santa Cruz there, Chadion Raymond, captain of the Santa Cruz team. Brian Lara is in that lineup for the Harvard club. So it's all boiling down to an exciting week to finish off round 5, the final group of matches, before we get into the semi-finals on Saturday. Against the combined All-Stars. A victory in that final game from the All-Stars could put them on 7 points and could give them first place.
So let's look back at some of the action here, and you could see that when things started here, they really wanted to get off to a fast start, and Ebony was trying to make life as difficult as possible for them. The combined All-Stars put into bat, and this was the dismissal. Campbell caught Bob Bowl Redhead from a full toss. But, of course, Brent Lazama came, and he was in a no-nonsense mood. And certainly was trying his best to give his team some kind of a launching pad, and one from which they could really fire and post a formidable total. And that he did with impressive fashion. He and Frank Simmons were the the real protagonists in this one, because they were the ones who took the fight to the Ebony bowlers and really put them to the sword with some very timely hitting. Of course, there were some gifts served up, and they were just gleefully accepting them by way of full tosses and half volleys, and they didn't waste too many of those opportunities to put runs on the board, and really took the game away from Ebony Sports in the first innings. And this is one of those monster hits that would have been a 6 on most grounds. And sat up there and asking to be hit, and he didn't disappoint you there. He went on, got his 50 of 33 deliveries, Brent Lazama, but Simmons got his of 33 deliveries. So both of them really were feasting. Either too short, too wide, and then eventually he was out caught in the deep on 90. Buddy taking the catch out in the deep, but that didn't stop Simmons from soldiering on. The big fella showing that he still has an appetite for the game, and played a few big maximums in the end. 9 fours and 4 sixes. And certainly was really extending his arms quite nicely until eventually they started to lose a few wickets down in the dregs. Hassan Ali was bowled all over the place. Amir Ali was bowled by Foster. And the innings stumbled to the end, but at the end they still got to 209 for 7. And this was the 2 wickets in the dregs here when Buddy came, and he was able to get rid of 2 quick wickets in the dregs. Hassan Ali among them as well. So 2 wickets in that final over. And then they got a run out of the very last ball to make it 209 for 7 in the final analysis. But then they got a decent start when they actually started topping, served up a couple quick ones, but Bab and Seret managed to pick up a few boundaries and kept them in the hunt. And this man was just able to in his own inimitable style, just whip the ball around and picked up boundaries until he got one right on the off stump, and he was swinging for the fences, head in the air, and was bowled neck and crop for 16. Then the Captain Lazama came and he served up a few nice short ones, and they were just hammered away. Bab certainly taking a liking to his bowling, as did Ewart Nicholson, and he was looking in ominous form, threatening to blast his team to a victory, until eventually he was out LBW off the bowling of Ali for 38. It was 90 for 2 at that stage. Toppin came back, and eventually he got his man, bowled him all over the shop. Bad bowled for 27, 95 for 3. Lucario came, and he was able to crack a few boundaries. He looked very busy and very businesslike, and was keeping the scoreboard ticking over, but it was always an uphill battle for them. And he was still able to find boundaries. He made a nice stylish 25, but it was going to require a lot more than that, until eventually he just lofted one and was easily caught by Ramguli off the bowling of Burke Senior for 25. More wickets. That's a good catch there, taken at point by Ali. Coburn gone for 13, and then this man came, Campbell, with the magic fingers, and almost every delivery seemed to flummox a batsman, and bowled another one there all over the place. Campbell was on a hat-trick as well. And then the very last ball of the innings, Foster caught on ball by Lal, and the final batsman not able to come out, and they eventually reached 150 for 9 and a comprehensive victory. Brent Lazama was voted as the player of the match for his gutsy 90. Not surprising. So congratulations to him as well. But once again, a massive victory for the combined All-Stars outfit.
welcome Mr. Gregory Waves. All right, join us here tomorrow at 6:30 p.m. for more action. Tomorrow comes up with Shan Sport versus Glenora Sports Club. Thank you and good night.
So there you have it, folks. A big victory again to combine All-Stars as we watch them put a command performance out to get a victory over Ebony Sports. And that's kind of like the end of the road for Ebony Sports for 2025. And of course, we know they'll come back better and stronger in the future. Before we go, let me just thank our sponsors once again: KFC, JMMB, Cans Poultry, Blue Waters, Dixie, Black and White Scotch Whisky, Beckles Environmental Services, and Lion Brand from National Flour Mills Limited. And of course, our production team here at Cricket 360 for making it all possible. I'm Ross Kemal, thanking you so much. And on behalf of Billy Furlong and the entire team, we look forward to your company. Come tomorrow. Join us at about 6:30 for another contest in the North Zone T20 Festival 2025.